know. I like that.
Like, how do they think this?
Why don't we just do that for like measuring?
I know. That's
said
what they should do.
It's a little bit off, maybe sometimes. But then why are we using it for this?
I know.
Well,
That's what
that's why it's weird.
He's got the right boom. At least that would be.
That's big hair, right?
Yeah, I think we tried to offset all of the tables so that
Way up. Hit the board. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's got the good.
Stay with it.
This is close. Made it.
14-0. It needs it. It needs it. Come on. It needs it all the way. Every way. Every inch. All the way. Keep going. Keep going.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 Senior National Curling Championships here in the Granite Curling Club of Seattle. Here with you in the booth is Luke Violette, joined by Evan McCauley, 2014 Junior National Champion, right here in this building.
And very happily washed up.
We're very excited for the opportunity to reminisce of our junior memories while watching some good curling here. This is draw one of the event. If you guys have been tuned in over the last hour or so, you got to see the opening ceremonies. And now the teams have been waiting around antsy to play for the last while, and now they can finally hit the ice and get ready to go here. Just finished up with practice. As you can see, we have all 5 sheets on the stream. We have mics on sheet 4. And we're going to try and do our best to cover all the games and give you guys at home that are fans the ability to watch everyone here you're looking to support. But at the same time, we do have a set of mics and we want to use it. So that will be on sheet 4, which is going to be the Leichter versus Farbelow game. Evan, what are your thoughts about if you were one of these teams getting into Game 1 of Nationals here?
Well, I think the most important thing is going to be catching onto the ice early. The teams have had a chance to practice both before this game and earlier. The question is really going to be who's going to catch on to this first. I mean, this is going to be the best this ice has looked in months. Luke and I, local curlers at this club, excited to see this ice put into some really nice tip-top shape. And Luke, you actually got to play on it earlier on Sunday.
Yeah,
so
I did.
Give us your impression of that.
Yeah, of course. So part of the ice making process is after they get everything flooded and pebbled scraped a few times, they want some rocks thrown, reevaluate, see what changes they need to make. So I had the opportunity to throw on rocks here Sunday nights, and they were aggressive with the curl. It was kind of everything I could do with a hard set and a lot of rotation to keep it curling under 6 feet. Really, they wanted to curl a little more than that, which is normal before the event starts. Kind of the more time they have to work on the ice, the more it straightens out. But I think it's still curling a lot. We're going to see 5 to 6 feet of curl with the positive release. If players are having a tough time getting rotation, getting some outward momentum at release, the rocks are going to be curling more than 6 feet, and they're going to have a hard time keeping rocks high or wide of the center line. And I think with the no-tick rule in effect, we're using full WCF rules here. That's going to be important for teams, is finding ways to get rocks on the center line at those lead stones.
Mm-hmm.
So here we've got, in our quote-unquote feature matchup between Leichter and Farbelow. On Team Farbelow, we've got, of course, Bike Farbelow, and then at third we've got Rich Ruinen, who I'm pretty sure he's been counting the days for the last 20 years, and he's finally aged in. This is his senior debut. He's very excited. This is a great opportunity to watch Rich in his element here. We're very excited for that. And then of course Bill Stapera and Tim Solon rounding out the squad. And then over for Team Leichter, we've got Fred Leichter, Andy McKellips, Alan Burnt, and Martin Bloomgren. So I think this is going to be an exciting game. I think all the sheets, we've got Larway and Wright on sheet 1, Levin and Sormunen on sheet 2, Torkelson and Moir on sheet 3, and Ho and Jackson on sheet 5. I think they're all going to be really good games here. But of course, with it being game 1, the ice conditions, it's going to be tough for teams to adapt.
It's all about adapting quickly is the name of the game here, and whoever's picking up on it first is going to have a huge advantage.
So let's get these mics fired up here. See what they're saying. I think the officials are just getting the last few details taken care of before we start.
I hope so. I hope they buy me one too. I'm gonna walk down there.
So everyone's finally getting their slides here. We're ready to go. Looks like Team Leichter was able to win the hammer in the last shot draws before the game. Each team throwing 2 stones of one of each turn. The best combined measurement will win the hammer for the first end, and you can see Farbelow taking
We
ice
get the hammer in the
all
first
way
end.
on the board.
Look at how far that is out there. Goodness.
Across the sheets
I
here.
know I'm running out of space.
Everyone's in the 12 foot. I think
might be on your sheets.
The tightest ice we see is
And we're
on
on the
sheet
live
1,
stream, so
Joel
everything I
Larway
say.
is, middle of the 12 foot.
Yeah.
Oh, and just brings it into the house, it looks like. A little hard to tell, but it's close. Leichter's opting for the corner guard.
Okay.
And you can see the curl on sheet 1. They clear the rock by probably about a foot and then overbury by another 2. So you got to be really precise on this, and it's going to help to have a lot of good rotation to keep those rocks from taking off on you completely.
Yeah, good rotation, hard clean, steady sweep early in the shot, and then patience and trust that it'll come back later in the shot. And you don't need to come really close to the guard at all. You can clear the guard by a foot or 2, and even if you get half a rock buried, I think that'll serve you well.
Double centers there for Farbelow. Kind of covers up the fact that it looks like that top red might be in.
Yeah, it looks like it from the overhead, but can never know for sure unless you're on the ice. I think it is, but it's definitely going to serve as another center guard. I think a rock in the top 8 foot is more than enough to serve as a center guard.
Into their own yellow. This club has always sort of swung very hard inside out. Obviously, we've got different ice makers, different conditions right now, but I'm not super surprised to see, and you may see this a lot throughout the week, teams
Good line! Wait, don't wait!
Coming off the center line really hard. It's a pretty common sight here in Seattle.
Yep, absolutely. And then another one would be the slight runs on the 4-foot line, but usually the ice has got to be a little on the straight side to see those. So my guess is that we will not be seeing that this week.
Yeah, I don't expect to see a whole lot hanging on the 4-foot line. I don't expect to see a whole lot hanging at all here.
Well, here we go. On sheet 4, we have a rock that I think is only just fully buried, not over buried. So I think that counts as hanging out.
Marty, carve it. Where's the weight? Where is it? Where is it? It's loud out here. I gotta hear you guys.
And on sheet 2 there, a roll all the way across the house. They end up getting behind their own corner guard there. So not a bad position, but yellow is still shot in the center.
Generally a lot of rocks in play, except for sheet 5.
Yeah, I was just noting that. It's a pretty open house there. Didn't notice if that was a conservative game plan or if just people were maybe not used to the speed and throwing a couple through.
Yeah, I think they're calling a hit right now.
Looks like it.
This is made. It's tight out of hand. I think they're starting to like it, but as long as this is made, it's going to provide an opportunity to trade hits, and that game may start to progress a little more quickly than the others. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Way outside.
Farbelow's taking a very commanding spot right now.
Yeah, all Marty.
He's going to need a pretty good draw here, but it's a little wide. I don't know that it's going to come back, even on the swingy ice.
The weight's perfect, it'll be close, but it looks just a little heavy.
Too deep.
I mean, if we watch where it curls to, if it
would
was
have been good if it was just,
a rock lighter.
Half higher, yeah.
And that's where, you get so fixated with the curl when the rocks are moving like this. A lot of it is just in the weight control. You just have to be that extra bit more precise. The difference between top 4 and back 4 weight is always going to have an impact, but it'll make it look a little more
Good line, wait only.
Swing. Certainly a lot less forgiveness for a bump if you're just a little heavy.
Now, sheet 1, it looks like a pretty crucial shot here. Larway is going to call a come around. Looks like they're just barely second shot here. If they can put a really good one on top of this red, they'll be in a really good spot. But the center is getting very messy. There's probably not going to be a chance this late into the end to clear it out. So if they don't make this here, and red makes a really good one, Larway is going to be in some trouble.
They're really
They're on the rock.
It looks a little
really
tight out
tight.
of hand.
Maybe a hair light. They're going to have to carry it. It's on the guard.
Yeah, not going to get by, and that's the challenge, is that if you ever do need to get on a wider track than just your draw,
Needs to call.
It'll be extra
Come on, Marty.
frosty out there, and it's almost
Come on, bring it.
Take the more it curls
Needs it.
back.
Yeah.
Come on, all the way. Got to get in this pocket. That's a nice shot.
And a really nice shot from Team Leichter there to kind of, in a lot of ways, regain control of the end here. Now
I think actually completely. I mean, it really looked like Farbelow just kept stacking them in, but they never got one in a really good top house position, and that let Leichter get a really damaging yellow rock in there.
Yeah, I mean, red still shot one, but that yellow rock is in control of the control zone, as we may call it.
You may consider guarding it here, because I don't know that there's enough rocks left in the end to solidly get that yellow out of its commanding position.
Yeah, probably not. That's a big pile. I mean, I think you're looking at maybe 3 shots to get rid of it.
I don't think they've got that luxury. And it looks like they may be going for it here in this guard. It's looking like a pretty good shot. A little rub off the guard, and that's a great position.
Yep. I think that might be the easiest way to get there on this ice. Little tickle off the center guard.
What happened?
Yeah. Talking about taking that wider ice, I mean, trying to put a guard anywhere outside the 4 foot, you're going to want to think about taking the other turn and coming across the center line maybe.
Yeah, he was just on his first one, otherwise they're dead. If he opens it up, I can look at it.
Ooh, and on sheet 2, just a bit tight there, wrecking on the guard.
Yeah, how would that be a start?
Yellow's in a great position there, and they're just going to put that
watch it
center
go through
guard
the
right
hole.
back up. That was a great opportunity because Red had full access to that top. Yellow could've made that double there. And even though Yellow would still be shot, Red would be controlling the 4 foot, and you'd still have those
Good try.
rocks in the center. But
I think we guard that.
looking a little bit dangerous now.
Good try. That first shot was great. I mean, we were relying on one, but we were looking a little. It was going to work. It was going to be a good shot. I missed the break. Yeah.
Wow, and that's a great, almost a perfect throw by Red, but it
At
just
most.
whipped off that one in sheet 1.
Yeah,
it
John
just
Silver.
whipped off
I don't
the
want
top 8,
to throw a bomb down
rolled the
there.
side 4. I think that could have maybe bit button and taken shot rock away.
Yeah, it's real close to getting by, but really that wick wasn't too bad. I mean, of course, they'd like to be shot rock right now, but
It's shrinking the rings for
Big
sure.
ad.
yeah, Team Larway
ad,
doesn't
though.
have a whole lot of access into that.
Yeah. They may be able to make it around with the way this is curling. And actually, Luke and I played a practice game against Larway, help get them ready for nationals, where they
So
summarily
the only
booked
risk in
us.
trying that again is if I open
They're
it up
playing
and
in
he's
some
got to
very
draw
good
to be
form,
line 2. Right
and
now it's sort of locked.
this looks
with him
actually
as
a lot
one,
like a
but-
shot that Larway made against us in
But
the first.
well,
Yeah.
I think
game
I
where
like
he
it. I'm
drew
just
side
saying, what I don't
forward
want to do is
hold twice
now
in a
it's not
row.
too open.
He did.
So he's definitely got the control to make a shot like this.
The ice was a lot different.
It was. We were
Yeah,
gonna
I think I had a
ugly.
little, yours
I
oversold.
was
This
getting
is
about a
little more.
foot and a
That's
half
not
of
way
curl
wide.
in that
What kind of weight
spot.
did you throw?
Joel was able to manufacture
Okay.
about 3, which helped. He made a
If he
really
opens it up
nice
for me,
one
I'm
there.
coming around
but,
going
I had a
out.
tough time following him. But here, I think he's going to have to do everything he can to straighten this rock out at release. He's taken, I mean, to
Got
get,
the
he's
same
not
shot in,
quite
he just
trying to get
came-
the center
it's
line,
gonna-
so it's
it's gonna
probably
break,
like
so it's
5.5
more
feet
likely
right
you'd be,
here.
Sticks it.
Even
I
if it
think
looked outside, you
that's
want
on the
more.
tight side. Of course, you can't
They're
take
only
any
line
more
one,
ice,
so-
so you just have to make the adjustment on the release. We'll see what he can do here.
3-6. We got to move that rock, so
John Rasmussen
I'd be running that
and
red rock
Darren
in.
Leto on the rush.
They're trying to keep it straight right now. It's going sideways on them.
They just waited a little too long. You gotta anticipate so much more than you do
Good curl here.
on ice that curls, which you would think of as
Marty.
normal.
Curl.
And of course, on ice that's straight, you're almost
I think I can come around
reactionary.
Yeah.
You're planning to pull it back rather than prevent the curl.
Yeah. I think the competitions like this really benefit teams that get a lot of chances to play
close.
on different kinds of ice.
I don't
throughout
think
the
it does me
season.
any good to come
Teams
here,
that
though.
really get used to their club ice or their
good
home
try.
ice.
It was looking good all the way right to the
Are
end.
going to
Think I can get
struggle
there?
when they have to come out, with a little bit of practice onto an entirely new ice condition and perform right
It
away.
was looking good the whole way, and then just
And they've sort of opened up Red for a draw on this
Yeah.
outturn side.
it was a good
They're
bid.
looking at some
They
run
get
backs.
that
I think
with
that's
the
as
line.
easy a shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
we're
It looks
really
like
like-
it's wired up there.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna line two.
I'm gonna throw the
even
same in turn
possibly
now.
3 if I hit that right.
Yeah, I think I can go right here.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
could be. They're taking a long look at it.
Yeah, it looks like if Red can run these 2 wired yellows up into their red in the top
I got
12,
way out there.
and then the red in the
Well, I
top
didn't-
8.
I
If
didn't
they
need to move it
all they
much.
need to do is
Yeah.
punch that yellow out.
Well,
They can
that's
sit
true.
2
I
or
wouldn't-
maybe even
because
3.
Yeah.
I know. I hadn't been thinking about the double.
Yeah, looks good. Now this is, of course, is on sheet 1 between Larway and Wright. Just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, the mics are on sheet 4. That's sheet 4 is kind of our feature game, but we're doing everything we can to jump around and cover a little bit of every sheet here. Getting a modified around the rings.
Yeah, let's see what he does here.
Sheet 1's coming down, it's close, just over curls. Actually, it really curled a lot at the end.
Really moved with a lot of weight.
Yeah, Larway's still going to be, I think, pretty confident that they're sitting 1 here and are going into skips last.
What's that? I know, exactly. I knew I threw that one good.
Is there any risk it bounces off of that?
It's always nice to be able to
Looks
throw
like
a
we've
high
got
guard
every
early.
rock in play on sheet 4 still. A very messy end.
That's only for 1.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Well,
I think
I
they're
could do a
only the
double.
sheet to keep them all in play.
Well,
every sheet except 5 have
we're in
a
it
lot.
to play. So
And
let's-
5's already moved
let's
on
do
to the
that.
next end. First one over there, that's what you get when you play
Just that
clean
extra
end.
weight didn't allow it to
Nice
curl
and
early.
easy.
Yeah, here. I'm
Get
gonna
to bank a
throw,
lot of time.
like, peel at
It's
it.
always a nice comfort in the
Yeah, you
early
gotta hit it
ends
right
to bank
there.
some
The
time
only
up.
thing bad about this is you can't hurt him, so.
Absolutely. They're
It
throwing
looks
a
like-
center guard here now on sheet 5, but I think a good chance that they might have another somewhat conservative end if it's not made perfect.
There's no downside.
Gotta run the red into our yellow.
No, I think they're looking at
I mean, given one's not terrible
potentially the
either, so.
red run on sheet 4. I think they're looking at that
The
red
five's
on
gonna
the
be
left
counter.
there, running that back in. Because
There's
if
no
yellow
shot
can
for
get that red into their own yellow, that almost guarantees them shot with the way that
This
angle,
could be
those
one either
angles
way.
are set up.
No.
It's a tough shot, but it's their only way to sort of get red off the pin.
They're sweeping the curl in the middle of the sheet here. It should come
I think
into
they're
the screen
so
here.
wide. It just
yeah.
nicks it on the outside.
So 1 for sure on sheet 4.
I didn't see trying to come around it. They were trying to. I didn't even imagine that. I don't know what would happen.
So I'm assuming that's the yellow. So it looks like maybe just
I
one
didn't even
on
see
sheet
trying to
4 for red.
do what he was doing.
We'll see once they hang the score.
Still success.
I thought he'd run
outcome
it back.
for Team Farbelow.
No, they were sweeping to get around it.
Score. It is 1.
Oh.
Steal to start.
Okay.
Always a good way to start it off.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah, we're starting to get some scores hung across the sheets. Looks like sheet 3, Moir took 3. Sheet 2 concluded, but we weren't able to see the score yet. Hopefully they'll get that posted soon. And then we got Joel Larway's last without hammer
And
on
this is
sheet
so
1.
tight again, it looks like.
I think we've seen one shot wide so far, and it was that last shot of the end on sheet 4.
They managed to do what nobody else could.
So what did they leave? I think the same somewhat wired, quadruple run back.
Yep.
Looks like if it does get to the yellow, it's going to hit it pretty thin.
I feel more like the yellow in the top 12 into the red into the yellow.
That's center line.
That Larway
Good line
just
here.
threw might be a shot they should consider looking at, but it's partially guarded by that high
That's
guard
good.
too.
Yeah, the way it's curling, though, I think that's a lot.
You could definitely make it with the outturn, the righty outturn there.
Arguably easier than the shot that they're playing, I think.
Yeah.
But they did just throw this.
They did, so they should hopefully know the track here. They've given themselves a lot more ice, but oh, this is looking pretty wide. But you don't need to. It's wired up. Oh, look at that. Oh. It's
really
It's
close.
gonna be up to them to tell. It's hard to tell from the camera.
They're looking a few times. I don't know if I can get to hot. I don't know if I want the danger of not getting the hot streak that Tyler George was on at mixed doubles. He was 9 for 9 at guessing
That's
from
good.
the
That's
booth.
good.
It looks yellow from here,
Nice shot,
but
Marty.
I don't want to start 0 for 1 here. I'm a little nervous about this one. I don't. The overhead looks a little grainier than at mixed doubles. So
They may be leaving those out there for a measure.
yeah, it is going to be a
It's
measure.
tight.
Don't need to make it curl. Should curl. Good shot.
So So back over on sheet 4, we're seeing a little bit more of a conventional start.
And if this finishes up, that's a great spot to put one, I think. But
Yep.
the guard is pretty high up, so
Very nice.
you could easily get there. Even, you could get there and punch it out if you throw the right weight. But they're just freezing on top of it.
That's the thing. I mean, unless
Sounds
a
like
guard's
quicker and all
really
about the
tight,
same.
no stone is really safe from some sort of hacker board weight dig.
But it's also tricky to throw those shots on this ice. When it's moving so much laterally, you're getting so much swing.
Andy, if you can.
It's going to be really tough for you to be
Where's the
precise
weight?
on those shots and get it where you need it to be.
Yeah, it's easy T.
Well, I'm already 0
Stay
for
close,
1,
here it comes.
so that's out of the books. Knew I should have said red.
I want to
Here we
bounce
are.
out.
I said
Can't
red.
get them
shot.
all. Yeah. I was thinking red, I just didn't say it.
Of course. Looks like we had a little bump on sheet 4, which if you put the broom in the right spot is an option sometimes. But a lot of teams get in the trap of thinking they can bump and giving the ice for the freeze and they're not quite curling up. More often than not, if you give ice to bump, well, you better bump, and if you throw freeze weight,
Good
you'll
line.
end up on the guard.
Yep.
Wait only. Lock it on. Easy now, easy. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Good shot over on sheet 4 from Bill Stapera.
Now, they're not sitting shot after that, Farbelow isn't, but they do end up punching
know
that
the other
yellow
skip in
back
this game with this curl.
to the back of the tee line. So if they get a chance, they can freeze right on top of that and be in a really good position to either force or steal. Especially since we talked about, the guard may not come into play as much as it might on less swingy
Needs
conditions.
a curl.
A good freeze on back button is always going to give you a great shot when you don't have hammer. This is looking a little wide for Leichter.
That's probably what I had in mind.
Just a little bit wide. They would have liked to, I think, get a little bit more curl on it.
You like getting to here?
Meanwhile, back on sheet 1, Larway and Wright are trying to work through some technical difficulties here, but hopefully we're back up for you guys on the commentary side of things. I think our understanding is that you guys are able to hear the mics the whole time, which that's all that really matters anyway. We're just up here to banter.
Could have been worse, I guess.
Meanwhile, there was some pretty exciting action over on sheets 3 and 4. Evan, did you get a good glimpse of what happened in sheet 4 in particular over there?
Well, I didn't get a chance to see how it ended up when we were trying to fix the soundboard here, but the situation before the last shot made me think that Leichter should almost just throw it away. Farbelow is in just such a powerful position, and you actually almost could risk giving up more there if you tried to chase after it. A pretty rough spot to be, but sometimes giving up one, even with hammer, can be a better option than taking something risky that early into the game. Being down 2 is just as if they got a deuce with hammer.
Alright, so it looks like 2, 3, and 4 are getting well underway in a third end, but we've got Skips last without hammer in the first end here.
That's good. That's good.
On sheet 1 here in the second end. Looks like Team Wright's thrown against a shot rock, a Team Larway's top button. I think they're probably just trying to freeze on it, shrink the rings, or maybe just get shot rock if they can.
It's going to be pretty tough to put this one here in a position where Larway can't sort of take a crack at it. But if they do get the angle freeze, Larway may just have to sort of accept a 1.
Good roll out.
It's looking a little bit tight. It's going to probably come off these guards.
Looks close.
Just a little rub, and that's exposed.
Yeah, a lot of options for Team Larway here. I don't see any opportunities for more than 2 points, but they can pretty much throw any weight that they like at that stone that was just thrown, or a straight draw, or heavy draw, or hit. Lots of options.
Alan.
No right option, just about what the team's feeling like they have the best chance to execute with the given ice conditions. My guess is that that's ice for a heavy draw, probably around back 8 weight. Based off what the sweepers think it is, when skipper lets it go, they'll adjust going down the sheet. Really a fair amount of margin. I feel like they could probably make this with anywhere between like top 8 weight and just through the rings weight if it's communicated well. We have seen the ice start to straighten out a little bit as we played a few ends here. I think the ice had probably been edge of 12-foot or a little wider than that in the first end, and now they're getting a few brooms inside of edge of 12 now.
And that's actually okay to be a little bit wide on this one. Your margin of error is out there, but they're going hard on the outside. Larway is on sheet 1.
I'm a little
really
worried
trying
they're
to curve this one.
Over carve it early.
It's starting to look pretty good.
I had a feeling they'd have a hard time hitting open stones.
There it is.
Wow.
Full sweep for the score of 2. Larway is going to take the lead 2-1 after 2 ends, and I can't remember if you guys were able to hear us, but Evan mentioned a little while ago at the beginning of the ends that sheet 1 is the slowest game so far, so there's a good chance that maybe they're a little behind on the time clock. Chance that we might see them try to pick up the pace again in the third end. Looked like that's what they're trying to do in the second end, but you know how it goes.
Yeah, that was actually pretty surprising. That end started out a whole lot cleaner. Ended up getting messy real fast. Over on sheet 3, Red is really pulling away with a big steal of 3 in the second end. It's going to be a tough hill for Yellow to climb to get back up there.
Yeah, no question, but with the ice the way it is, being game 1 with a lot of swing, I mean, it's really easy to generate a lot of rocks in play, and it's hard to defend and remove those rocks. So I think there's a good chance. I mean, down 6-0, I'm never going to say there's a good chance, but if they start getting a better idea what the ice is doing, there will be opportunities for them. Looks like over on sheet 4, Leichter was forced to 1. that end.
I'm actually pretty impressed they got out of that with one. It was looking pretty dire, like a very good chance for Farbelow to steal, but must have been a really good shot to get out of that one with one. Oh, and a beautiful hit and roll on 3. Rocking the forefoot just taken out, and yellow rolled straight on top of that red in the wings. If yellow's going to start making a comeback, that's a great way to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, got play towards the, like you said, towards the wings. But the thing is, there's only 3 rocks in play, but that is all they need. I think it's not a likely chance that you're going to see that corner guard get peeled, and as long as it stays there, it's a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, especially, if you've got hammer, if you've got one in the back wings and a corner guard, that's easily enough set up to get 3 points or 2 points or whatever you need. And especially being in the back house there, if red doesn't make a good freeze here and yellow can put 2 behind that corner guard, one top house and one back house, they're hiding a lot of points behind that guard, and red's going to have to do something about it.
You're fine.
If I were yellow here, I would ignore that red in the back 8 on sheet 3, and I just draw probably behind that corner guard. But they're going to hit it and flop open. That looks like more playing for a deuce than looking for something more to me.
Good job, Billy.
That's what it looks like here too. Like you said, could draw. There's a lot of time to remove that back rock. Quite frankly, it's a rock that can help you. But if you get a good hit and roll, you spread rocks around a little bit. You might see red try to chase him a little bit, and if you get a miss that way, you'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, all you need is a good flash, and that's an extra point, so it's
never
definitely
complaining
possible.
with a good flash, right? Not that, though.
That's really not what they were looking for. The sort of really powerful setup they had just kind of evaporated pretty quickly.
I will say, when at contact, I thought they were going to roll all the way out of the rings, but it did stick around, so at least Moir's got to chase him here. But definitely kind of lost some steam that they had built up there.
If I come out, you might as well get off, because I've got fresher legs and I can get on it.
And sheet 2, they've got the great wall set up in front of the house. Nobody's allowed in, yellow says. They're blocking it all off. And unfortunately for yellow, there aren't really great angles. The only good-looking one is those 2 sort of sitting right on the center line there, but they've sort of managed to remove their own taps up with the way that they've got those positioned. So, they're going to have to sort of... But the thing is, if they make a good one in here, they're in a pretty good spot. It's sort of that league curling mantra of the first person in the house is going to probably win the end.
Yeah, it looks like score has not been posted for the second end, but if I'm counting rocks correctly, I think Team Sormunen still has the hammer, and it wasn't looking like a blank.
Yeah, I believe that it looked like Luna's going to score there.
So a good chance that lead for Yellow's squad is a little more than 4.
Good sweeping.
And then that's
they
Team
didn't
Levin
hit it square enough to get a good one in there.
Yeah, and I think with the way the rocks are curling right now, you got to hit them pretty hard on a tap too.
Yeah.
And that is Team Levin from the Granite Curling Club, local team, along with Team Larway out here this draw. For those of you that have joined more recently, this is a reminder that we are covering all 5 sheets. We do have one set of 2 mics that we've put on sheet 4. Both the skips have those, Fred Leichter and Mike Farbelow. So you get lots of audio options here.
Alan!
We're doing our best to use our chameleon eyes to look in 5 directions at once. Keep an eye on all the sheets.
We're positioned in the warm room above sheet 1, so we also don't really get to see the home end house except for on the feed. So it is we have to actually count rocks the old-fashioned way. So if we're pausing for a second, it might be what we're doing.
So he gets what it is we're doing. We were sweeping the curl, so we got the rock. That was important. So.
Can't hurt it. Good job. There he goes.
Just got some feedback from our tech wizard, Brian Pittard, who's the mastermind behind all of this. He is away
See if he
all
hits
trip.
coming
He's
down,
been
it's gonna be
very
moving so he can
dedicated
put
in
the
helping
broom
us,
right.
remote desktop
Yeah,
in and
I
make
know.
sure everything's set up well. So thank you, Brian, for all the hard work that you put
just
in
wanna-
to make this stream
We wanna get rid of
run
this- we wanna
even
get rid of
while
this rock.
you're abroad in the
Yeah,
world.
so a little roll
Thank you
in,
very
maybe
much.
something interesting happens.
There's an important shot coming down here on sheet 1. They're looking a little bit wide on this hit. You really don't want to come into your own red
He might
here.
have been a little positive.
This side
We
doesn't
want to
curl,
get
but-
rid of
Does
the rock.
kick it
That's what we need to
over.
do. Yeah.
I feel like
Put it back
that
out
red
full.
rock was
Yeah,
in
that's
a
good.
pretty decent position for them. You really didn't want to remove that necessarily. Now Larway's got the choice of sort of removing those red counters in the wings or strengthening his position in the center. Looks like he's thinking about doing
A
the
little roll
hit.
in. Main thing is
Yeah,
get
it
rid of the
certainly
rock.
wasn't ideal, but there's still an opportunity. If this roll isn't made well and Team Wright is able to make a double back and return, all of a sudden the end's looking pretty good. for him.
Exactly. I disagree with this call from Larway here. I think you actually have to play on the red on the right side of the 8-foot, the other one that he's not playing off of, because red can actually remove that and have a pretty easy double to remove the yellow and potentially sit 2. So, you know, even though yellow's in a good spot, there's a lot of reds around the rings here. It's a pretty scary spot to be in. But if they make this hit and roll good, it makes their position quite a bit better.
Yeah, they'd love to be sitting 2 after this.
Yeah, I got to
it's
get
a
all the
little
way
wide.
back though.
They're trying to
Can't
bring
be
it
up
back,
here
but I
if
think
he
they might
faces
roll
on
out.
me, right?
Not where he had the margin.
Well, if we
Of
do
course,
that, we
throwing
got
a
to get
little
all the way
extra
back.
weight with the curl to try and minimize it. But
I
that
know,
is the
that's what
wall
I'm just
side.
saying.
I haven't watched the sheet 1 too much.
I don't
but
love that,
Always
'cause
the
then I
chance that
come
it'll
around
either
on
curl
it.
2 or away from the wall. Any curling club. That's
Well,
something
again, if
they're
I'm
trying to
short,
get
then
calibrated, even though we have our general
I think
tendencies
I-
here in Seattle. David
think this is my
Stavtag and
easiest shot.
part of the National Ice Crew is in. They've been working since Wednesday on the ice, so it's a lot different.
Even
And
if
the
I get down
tendencies
to it, he's got a
might
tough
not be
shot.
the
But
same.
you have to have more weight.
Now, over on sheet
Yours
4,
didn't go up- yours
featured
also
sheet,
didn't go because
this is
just
a
not
pretty
easy to
interesting
get there.
spot here.
That's all.
you're trying to get out.
Farbelow seems to be in a very good position.
Okay.
Marty,
Sitting 2, split house, one's very well guarded.
Okay, that's fine. We can do
It's
that.
going to be very hard for yellow to keep a big end from happening here. It might blow the game open a little bit.
$95? Okay, okay.
It looks like they might be counting up on sheet 2. I can't tell if they've played all the rocks or if they still have some left. Nope, looks like yellow's still got a rock to play. There's a lot of red in the rings, and all they need is a good one in the 8-foot to take it all away.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm counting 7, so I believe this is Skip's last without hammer that they are discussing here on sheet 2 for Team Levin.
Yep.
Like you said, there is a wall. Get one behind it. You like your chances, but if you don't, is red sitting 4, I believe?
Yeah. I mean, the question is if they're going to draw. There's sort of maybe a. Oh, they could be. It looks like they're playing the hit towards the wings on the reds on the right there and try to flop in. I like this play.
a hole for
They've
'em.
got a lead.
That's pretty-
Remove some red rocks if you can, and then try to get a good one in there and cut them down even further. But
he's gonna
if
hit
you
it
go
we
for
do.
the center, I think they'd have to
Nice
throw a
little
little bit
bend.
more weight than they'd anticipate because you're moving
The only
at
way to
least
make
2
the
rocks.
only way to make the doubles with an
You've
intern,
got
we
you're
have no
hitting them
idea
both
what it's
all at
gonna do.
Oh,
angles.
really?
You got to get some at least into the 8-foot.
Yeah, as many yellows as there are,
Yeah, I like
the
that. I
angles
like that.
aren't great
Yeah,
in
there's
terms of
nothing-
the way the
I-
rocks overlap.
Over curl,
Yeah,
but
I
make it
don't
down,
like
so.
anything over there. I mean, I guess you could play the double tap in the center.
You're
I
throw a little
I
more
almost
doing
kind
more
of like the
skull.
red yellow goes into the other yellow and you can kind of split them into the house. But once again, none of this looks good. You know, I think I kind of like playing the intern hit to the wings with, you know,
hit
kind
that
of
one and
down
flop
weight and
on
trying to
top
go
of
through
him.
that port. But it's a tough spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't one of those situations where you can see a wall of rocks and say, hey, I'll just throw one with back house weight and something good will happen. There really is only two spots, I think something good can happen, and they're not very close
And
together.
so it looks like they're definitely playing the tap here in the center.
It's real tight out of hand. They're sweeping hard throughout the middle of the sheet here.
Yep. It's really curling.
Yeah, that was one of those spots that didn't really help them much. I think.
No, I don't think that's even out counting any of those 4 red. So if
This-
red can get a 5th one in there. Oh, so they just hung the score. Levin got 2
nice normal, I
in
guess.
the second, or 1 in the second end to go up to 5-0. But a good shot here evens the score out, and we've got ourselves a ball game again.
I will say this might be the hardest shot for 5 I've ever seen.
I know.
The hardest draw for 5, I'll say. Not the hardest shot for 5. Nowhere
Sure.
near.
Yeah.
But as far
I
as
could
just
set you up
drawing
with a
for a
hard
fifth,
shot.
drawing for a 5th point, it doesn't get much tougher than this. The good news is they kind of just threw it. But Seppo's got his work cut out for him here, and it's a big point.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get a little break here.
I mean, luckily the yellows in play there do actually restrict him. He can't just bite the house. He's got to get solid 12-foot and oh, they're waving him off. No sweeping here. They've really got to curl.
You don't want to bump a yellow in. I think it's close.
I don't think they've got the weight to bump a yellow in because remember, it's all going at a
it's
lot of
really
angles.
gotta
It's going to hit that stack there. The question is, how much weight does it have?
Not enough, I don't think.
Not quite.
There's shrieks in the crowd, but I think it's still 4 red.
Now the question for sheet 2 is, you know, you just sort of lost a lot of wind out of your sails when you are up 5 and then give it up in a single end. So the question is, can red sort of run with the momentum, or is yellow going to be able to sort of claw it back? Oh, and on sheet 5, after 2 sort of small scores from Jackson, Ho puts up a big 4-ender, takes pretty commanding lead. First end from them was a pretty clean sort of conservative ends. The other ends have been getting a little bit more attention from the other sheets because they've been a little bit messier. But a big one put up there for Ho.
Billy's not feeling good. Yeah. I got it out to the broom. Yeah, I know. That out to my.
You want to hit it or you want to put a guard? What do you like?
Oh, we did have a stumble out of the hack
It
here.
looked
in
good for a
sheet 4.
second, but
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of weight, and the sweepers are not close. Bit of a tough break there. Going to be a chance for Team Farbelow to take control of the end early.
Yep. That looked a little bit too much like one of my out turns.
yeah, 3.
Yeah, so on sheet 4, Farbelow's got a really good one in the top 4. If they can put a really tight center guard in front of this,
Good line. Weight
Leichter's going to be
only.
chasing in another end,
Just
it looks
line
like.
only, Rich. A lot of weight.
Up Tim Solon with the second here. Bill and Rich are thinking it's a lot of weight though, so they're walking the dog, as we say, for now, right off. Looks
That's
like
good.
they've conceded it will be in the rings.
That's
Rich
all
is
right,
just
you're
going to
fine.
try and bring it on
Thank you,
top of it as close as he can. And yeah, now we're starting to see a few rocks hang wide.
Well, I got
Only
out to
a
the
few.
broom on mine.
Slowly but surely here.
Been happening a lot more with the hits, but now it's starting to happen more with the draws as well.
Hits and sticks are, I mean, once we get used to it, it won't be a problem, but
Yeah, good chance that once we kind of get about this time tomorrow that it'll be a little bit closer to 4.5, 5 feet of curl.
on sheet 1, there's a pretty vulnerable position there. Yellow's just behind the tee line, right on the back of the pin. Red had a shot at it earlier, but couldn't quite stick one on there. I think first team to put one on there is going to be pretty happy with their position.
Good line.
Big shot here for Joel Larway, the hometown favorite.
Touch the center line.
He had a really great draw on the last end to secure himself a deuce. So but this one is really hanging out there, but it's starting to move. I don't think it'll quite hit nose on it. Oh my God, look at that thing go. That's a pretty good spot to put it.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's in a good spot.
It's going to make it really hard for Red to remove that and get 1, let alone 2 here. Because, even if you run it back, it's, there's a high jam possibility onto the yellow. Any run back there for on that top yellow could hit the red and really be disastrous. So Wright's got to think a lot about how they want to play it, and they're playing on the other side of the sheet.
Good shot.
Rich, you like this? Normal.
We've got quite the energy in the warm room here. It is an absolutely packed house.
It is, and there's a lot of drinking as well.
Yeah, it is just a full-fledged spiel night here at the Granite Curling Club. It's a fun atmosphere.
With both of the hometown teams on sheet 1 and 2, you're seeing a lot of sort of piling over here around us at the left side of the club. Sheet 5 is stopped a little bit. They're taking a look at one of the rocks. It looks like maybe a loose handle or something. They're sort of adjusting it. They've got the ice crew out there taking a look at it.
Yeah. Good shot from Team Wright just to secure one. I think kind of a short little run back high side on their stone there, and I think they're pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, absolutely. Tie game. Can't be complaining about that.
You like that?
Alan, those 2 rocks look quite different weight-wise. So.
Yeah, that's fine right here.
Oh, well, yeah. I was actually banking on him maybe getting a nick
This
off
is
the
good
inside.
too.
So I should have been a little like, it was okay to be, that was when it was okay to be a little bit.
Little tight. Good line.
Farbelow already in a good position on 4 and throwing another one up there to try to sit themselves even better.
Yeah, you're going to be all right, I think. Get ready.
Leichter's got a hill to climb here to get back in this end.
That's good. Good shot.
That's a great guard. I mean, yellow really wants access to the inside of that red rock there, and they're not going to get it. They could maybe freeze to no. I mean, they get the outside of it. It's not looking great.
Yeah, a few options for Freddie here, but yeah, I generally like the idea of trying to clear the middle as much as you can.
Now, a good shot here can sort of shovel them out of this, right? If you run this red back and double off of the red on the tee line on the left side of the 4-foot, you can both peel and open the center as well as get rid of that really threatening shot rock. So it's a tough shot, but if you make it, you're in good position.
Marty, look up, because I'm calling you off on that.
Yeah, they don't quite remove it, but that helps.
That really helps.
Okay.
You've got to be happy with a shot like that.
Yeah, I don't think they had a whole lot of chance of scoring their rock that's half in the top 12 anyways. So at this point, they're just trying to find a route to score one, or at least score maybe a skip's deuce if they catch a break.
Yeah. The way the end is shaped up, you've got to expect that you're going to have to score your deuce in the 4-foot. So, removing that one to the 12-foot is probably going to be about as good as removing it entirely.
Good line. Whoa.
Over on sheet 2, we've got a pivotal shot in the end coming down for Team Sormunen here. Does look like it's going to get a little tight. They had a chance to, I don't know about make a double, but at least kind of hit and stick in the pocket there.
Now, if you're Levin here, Luke, what do you like? Because those two in the back 12 don't really feel like they're in great position. There's a lot of ways to remove those. I don't know if you like sort of bumping into them or freeze. I kind of like freezing down to them. If you put one on top of that, you've got to feel a lot better about your position.
Yeah, I think it's a decent opportunity to get aggressive here. Even though there's a few reds in the house, you have hammer. You're not too worried about those outside rocks in the rings. It's never good. You never like to have to throw against multiples on your last. But I'd say maybe corner freeze the red, maybe even putting one right in that pile like you said, and I think you're going to look in a pretty good position to score 2 or 3.
It was my fault. I finally got their attention, and then
It does stack them right up, though.
No.
I don't think there's a triple. I think the middle one goes onto the red. If you hit it with a ton of weight, you could maybe spin it down, but I think it looks like a pretty easy removal for 2, but they're probably not getting 3.
Get everybody looked up.
Yeah, you don't like leaving 3 yellows there for Sormunen, but at the same time, if you maybe make a small bump or just a freeze on that top one, you're kind of in jail there in a big pocket slash wall behind the rocket.
Yeah, I kind of like not hitting this actually, considering the fact that red doesn't have hammer here.
It was a great shot.
You could play more conservatively or move 2 of those yellows, but if you made a really good sort of tap freeze and sat in front of that wall, you'd be almost impossible to remove with the amount of rocks left in the end.
It's always tough to leave 3 shot rocks for the hammer team just sitting
true.
there,
That's
wired
very
up.
true.
I would be known to have already let go of the triple by now.
Go, Rich.
Yeah, especially still early on in the game. You really don't want to give it away just yet, but they have come back from a deficit of 5 already to make it a game. So it's a real exciting 1-on-2.
Well, that would be nice.
You won't stick, right?
I can't get the outside of this rock and throw this turn.
No, they're
so
taking a 4-end break.
Up and this is Seppo skips first.
I know that I can get shot maybe on the draw, and we could.
Looks like they get the double, but just kind of rolled a little farther. I think they would have liked to stick a little closer to nose and having 2 rocks in front of that yellow. I think that yellow still is shot, but not a whole lot of opportunity for Team Levin to spread out.
Yeah, okay, let's try that.
I think most of what the options they're considering are kind of corner freezing the red or putting another stone closer to where their yellow is, so chance they could put it in the wrong spot and leave a double.
Just don't make the double.
I think while Team Sormunen made perfect, I think they're generally happy with that result.
Yeah, he's got to roll out. If he makes the double, he rolls.
See if we can get them both.
Now looking at sheet 1's position, I really like where Larway's at right here. I mean, you've got a pretty open house, you've got a corner guard set up, a chance for a hit and roll here. You can't ask for much more with the hammer. No roll, but I mean, like I said, there's nothing threatening in this end that red is looking, to set up. So, a nose there is okay.
They're tied with the hammer. I think they're happy for the change of pace here. Play sound a little more conservative, hunt for the right hit and roll, and with open route to the 4-foot always being present throughout the end. So I think I think both teams aren't too disappointed with this, considering how we mentioned the game's a little behind. They might be a little tight on the clock. They just played a lot of messy ends. Good to have take a breath and play something a little different. But at the same time, you're always 1 shot away from the advantage swing either way.
Nice call.
You like it there?
I don't think it's possible. Well, let's just say lighter weight.
Stick around.
You're really toying with that.
Yeah, we were toying with it anyway, but You had to believe it was going to crow. What? No, I just looked at
I
it.
know, but I missed the guard by that much. So I narrowed it up to 6 inches.
Yeah, but you were also back
That game. I know.
Yeah, I promise it's getting an easy draw now.
But to get your guards over there, we had to
Sheet 5 here, red is throwing their skips last to try to get their one against a couple yellows in the house.
95 is probably more.
Two sweepers going hard on it. They've got to drag it to 8 foot, and it looks like they've got it.
Yeah,
They're
no
hopping
problem.
off. Nice draw.
Good line.
Still one down going into 5, but they had to get their one there. It was a good force by yellow. Sheet 1, a beautiful draw by yellow.
Well, that's
They just shot.
hometown
They
hero
hit it.
Doug Kaufman with his first in the end.
Good weight too. Do you think? It's because it just.
It's possible. It's possible to come off of this
Got,
and roll in.
skips last without hammer coming down for Seppo on sheet 2 here.
But hitting the
They have
rock
a
is good
chance
for
for
2.
a good
so
hit and roll.
where was that last time?
Shot, though.
And just the
Make it
hit.
real good. They
it's
spilled
easy for
right
two,
to
right?
Frozen. I think
There's also the
Team
playoff of
Levin's
that,
going to
so
be hard
just give it a little
pressed to
more.
score 2
A little
here.
more.
It may
That's
just
good.
be a draw for
I think.
1. I don't see anything for
Yeah.
2.
I mean, depending on how well that's frozen, I mean, the only option would possibly be that really thin double, and I'm pretty sure that yellow is always leaving.
Yeah, I don't think that's there. I think, but I mean, you know, looking at the scoreboard, Levin's got to be
Okay.
happy with grabbing a
Same
1
thing.
here.
A hit is 2. Maybe we
Going to
score
the
on
5th
for
end,
3.
up
gotta get rid of
2.
red.
Yeah. Rolls in the house.
You can never be unhappy about that, I think. The thing is, you can't let yourself get down about, you know, losing the 5 end or the 5 point lead, because you know if they go into the next end sitting up 2, if you had said, hey, would you like to go into the 5th end up 2, any team would take that in a heartbeat, right? So you've got to remember to be happy about what you've still got that's good.
Absolutely, and an important shot here to make sure you do secure that one.
Hits, I guess.
It's not going to be easy. I think they've elected to throw takeout weight. The danger with this, of course, is if you high-side it, get a little wide, you could pick out your own and give up a bundle here.
This is looking a little wide to me.
Now they're
going
on
hard
it.
on it.
Tim Eng giving it everything he can to hold it straight here.
Oh, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, great shot.
Glued.
Yeah, a lot of weight though. There was some risk the way they played that. I think.
Yeah, I was clenching a little bit when I saw that one come down.
I think we can all release a sigh of relief here for Team Levin. They can take take a 2-point lead here going into the 5th end.
I also got to wonder, though, I mean, on sheet 2, I wonder how much a 2-point lead matters with 2 4-enders already getting dropped in the game. You know, this could explode in any direction, I feel like.
Yeah, I think if you're Team Sormunen, that's exactly what you're thinking. Just take 4, force 1 the rest of the game, and I think they'll like their chances.
Take 4, force 1. I should try that a little bit more in my games, I think. That strategy do me well.
Yeah, we got Super League playoffs coming here. I think we've got a couple weeks here to get it figured out, and maybe that's one of the tactics we'll learn here watching seniors.
Mm-hmm. A lot to learn from the wise seniors we've got here playing for us.
Team Wright barely missed kind of a cross house. I don't know if they had enough weight to make a double, but at least hit and roll to close or frozen or side by side with that rock of Team Larway's. And now Joel's going to have a chance to split the rings again and regain their positioning for a score of 2. We're entering the 4th end breaks here in a lot of sheets.
Sheet 3 is already back from their break, starting up the 5th end. And it has been scoreless for yellow. Red has been playing very well, clearly controlling the game.
front end of Team Larway's really got to go on this. Yeah, they kind of got stuck in between at the end, wondering if they should leave it a little higher or keep trying to sweep it to get it closer to even, but there is a double.
I mean, it's definitely a makeable double. Not a high percentage chance you're going all the way across the house, but, you know, you could make it. You could make the hit and roll. Even if you just roll and half bury, there's jam possibility. A really good shot here from Wright could put the pressure on Larway.
Team
They're
Wright.
already on it on sheet 1. On and off a little bit.
Final rock without hammer.
Looks like they like it. But it looks a little flat. Oh,
got to sweep the roll. Not quite enough.
Actually, just a little bit too much sweeping.
Or just need a little more weight.
Actually, that's true. I mean, because if you look at that, the angle's just about exactly what you wanted. They just need a little bit more action on those rocks.
If in doubt, throw it harder.
That's always been Luke's motto ever since he was 12 curling with me.
Never fails. Especially in seniors.
Yep. Luke, how old are you turning on Wednesday?
I'm turning 24 on Wednesday.
24 years old and still plays like he's 16.
Hey, it's better than 12.
That's true.
We got John Rasmussen working the carve. Good shot and a score
solid
two
deuce
for Team Larway. The crowd goes wild. They're going to take a 2-point lead into the fourth end break. And I think Evan and I, we've been bouncing around between every sheet here, and I think we're going to choose this opportunity as our chance for our fourth end break. I think we'll be back here in a few minutes. For now, you guys get to listen to the mics on sheet 4.
That's something I realized I didn't even know.
Okay, that's fine.
Here, I can take it.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Shot. There you go. Good shoot.
Marty. Yeah, get it all the way. Up. Oh, good shot, Alan.
Good line. Close. Whoa, right, hard. Whoa. Perfect. Attaboy, Billy, great shot.
It's 8-9 anyway.
Normal.
Maybe. You won't get them both, but yeah, maybe.
Normal. Right. Hard. Whoa. That's fine. Okay, I didn't even want to get close to the center.
Marty.
And we're back for, well, kind of the fifth end of action. I think, yeah, we do have the fifth end at least on every sheet here, but different parts of the fifth end for everyone.
Whoa.
Sheet 2 is continuing its tradition of extremely messy ends. We've got a lot of rocks in play, a lot of action, rocks in the forefoot already.
You like hack?
On sheet 1, we did just have a whiffed open takeout from John Rasmussen. Not sure what he was thinking on that one, but it is that same wall side that we saw run straight for one of Doug Hoffman's rocks. I think in the third end, I think there's a good chance it will run straight, I guess more or less towards the wall. Something to keep in mind as we progress throughout the game and the rest of the week here.
Yeah, this club has its idiosyncrasies, and on sheet 1 you're right next to a wall, right up to the outside. It can definitely give you some weirdness. Sheet 5 has a little bit more separation. There's a walkway on the side, so you're not right up against the wall. So sheet 1 amongst the locals sort of has a reputation of being a bit tricky.
Yeah, somehow Team Larway doesn't play on sheet 1 very often in Super League.
Well, it helps that their third is the manager of the Super League and does make the schedules.
They play on sheet 1 sometimes.
This is
I think it's some sort of karma that the first time Doogie's not making the schedule, they get dropped here the first game.
Yes.
We love Doogie. He does a great job of managing not one but 2 leagues at the club.
Yeah, and Super League was basically oversubscribed this year at 23 teams. we were the 23rd team to get in. So
He did us a solid on that, and I really shouldn't be bad-mouthing him.
no, dude. No, much appreciated. We have a very competitive Super League here still in Seattle, and it gives us a great opportunity to still get some competitive games in once a week. And I think that's a big part of just keeping a competitive atmosphere in the club, and also keeping those of us that travel a lot, giving us a chance to get 8 good ends in once a week.
What weight?
Yeah. I'm kind of a little worried about this double here, but didn't quite go. Now we're gonna move it back. We're gonna keep doing
This
it.
looks like probably around what, Skip's first maybe, or is this third second for?
I gave
must
you
be
hair
third
last
second
time.
for red.
Sheet 4, you
Same
talking?
way.
On sheet
Roll
4,
left.
yep.
Same way,
This looks like
forward.
a really important shot. Looks like they're playing a sort of down weight. Just tightened up the ice. They're playing like a sort of down weight, maybe bumper or more. But on this yellow here in the top 4, really got to remove this. If you don't remove it now,
I could have had more.
you may be really chasing yellow, who gets a chance to sort of shore up their position.
Hurt!
Really going on this one.
This is looking pretty tight. They're by the guard, but how tight are they on this yellow?
Okay.
Over curls a tad, but I don't think they mind too much.
It's not a bad shot. I think they would have
Yeah,
liked
a little
to
scary, but-
be a little bit closer to center and keep controlling that forefoot,
Yeah,
because
I know, I
yellow
know.
is still shot, and they
So
can
I
put the
had you
rock
here.
back in the same
You
spot,
weren't really very
or better
positive on that one
potentially.
compared to
Kinda
the
weight
one
did
you
you
just
throw?
threw.
Yeah, poor Evan
That's why I
can't
jumped
quite
it.
listen into
Okay.
the mics
Again, I'd
here.
rather be here
We only
than-
have one
than-
headset
than
that can hear the
bumper, do
mics,
that.
but looks like they're
when you
talking
came
right
off,
now. We'll try to be
was-
a little bit quiet
it
here
was a
while
little light.
Fred and team try to decide what to do here.
It wasn't bored. It was hacky. Well, they're in trouble.
Well, of course they stopped talking when
Unless they
I
lay
stopped
one in
talking, but I think they
Put one
decided
in
to
the
play the
pocket,
freeze.
But then
They
I
were
get it.
concerned a little bit about
Then they're in
the
trouble.
risk of, well, if they're playing a freeze here, if they get it a little bit wide, there's a
I
double
can,
to
I know,
lie
I
for,
can.
but they didn't really see another option they liked. I think it's real hard to make any sort of triple on the
Especially if
Reds.
they put one in there.
So they're just kind of going for the freeze here. It's great if they make it, not so great if they miss it.
Yeah, I don't think you have a whole lot of options here. You've just got to make something
yeah,
good. It's one of those
kind of the
spots
weights
where you
where it
gotta,
just- yeah.
you gotta
The weights
put
where
it all
just
on the
kinda
line,
reverse
really.
a little bit. This could curl. Curl. It's definitely get over curl.
Alan!
And it doesn't quite get by the guard.
With what?
Sheet 1, a beautiful shot by Doug Kaufman to hit on the wings on that tricky wall side where we were seeing some trouble before, but now yellow is lying 3.
Yeah.
There's a double here for red, but you can't double and roll anywhere good, so yellow will have a good shot to answer back.
Yeah.
I'll throw like that 9 up normal.
Yeah, it was a tough. It looked like they might get by. It was a tough call. Needed a little more ice, I think. We needed a little more ice. Yeah, that was tight ice. That was tight. I know it was tight ice from what I've been calling. So.
Sheet 1, Wright missed the double in the wings there. Like we said, that wall side can be tricky. So now Larway's got a chance to put one wherever he wants it. Might come around that corner guard, might put it on the opposite side wing. Looks like he's opting to put it behind the corner guard.
Pretty great shot from Farbelow over on sheet 4 to lie 4.
That's a lot
Yeah,
of pressure
we
on
can.
Leichter now.
Leichter still looking for
Yeah,
an
that's
opportunity
right.
to freeze, but it's not
Yeah.
looking quite as good of a pocket as
No,
there
it's
was
just from right
last
here.
shot.
Just give me a little more than the last time.
Yeah, I know. That's
Yeah, we can
that's
hear them
what that's
talking
for.
between shots that they thought they just didn't quite take enough ice. So
Yeah,
now
can
if
we
they
get around
can,
that?
they did just throw this crack. So
I
hopefully they
didn't
can
say
just take a little bit
anything.
more
I just
ice,
threw
make
it.
the right adjustment, and throw a good rock here.
Yep.
Yeah, I got plenty of
The good news is
opportunities.
with the guard in front of it, it doesn't have to be, a perfect freeze, because even if you try to pick it from the left side,
touched it with my
it
thumb
should
at
go
the
into
end,
that
so
stack of reds on the right
That's what-
and hopefully stick
They're like
around.
3 or 4.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
kinda-
fine
I
margin
would-
though. If they're kind of
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
freeze in
yeah.
front of that left rock from the overhead perspective, if you get it, I
What was
don't know,
the
maybe a
split on the
rock
last one?
short of
What
frozen,
was the
but
split
they
on the
can
last one?
team
At the very end,
Okay,
it's went.
so a little
Team
more.
Farbelow
but-
can pick it right through the hole.
Yep, that's definitely a possibility.
I expect he'll make it, but he's got to be careful. If it overcurls, he's in the guard, and overthrows, he's.
And you can hear
I'll have
Farbs
a
and
shot at it
Bill
either way.
talking about that very thing right now.
That's tight.
Oh, they're right off this.
Looks heavy, so they're going to have to try to.
They're looking wide. They're looking heavy. Oh boy, and tapping their own back there. It's been a real tight battle on sheet 4, but this looks to blow the whole thing open. A really good shot here. Really puts the pressure on.
Put a statement on this. And
Yeah, this is last rock as well. So
yep.
they're guaranteed a 4. This is a draw for 5.
Not a bad spot to be in. I don't know if we should say the word guaranteed for the 4.
Well, if it was me throwing, we may not be guaranteed 4. I might tap that yellow center up, onto the pin. That's one of my favorite maneuvers.
Couple of absolute disasters to avoid, but as long as you stay within a reasonable
And
level
they're
of
plenty
tolerance.
wide. This is a lot of weight. They may be coming into they may do one of those back yellows back there.
Yeah, want to
They're
decide
walking it.
sooner than later.
It's possible the ice has sped up a little bit and caught these guys off guard.
Yeah, that's not quite going to get there. And you could argue that maybe they could have started sweeping it hard straight halfway down and got it on the nose of that very left yellow, and maybe you found a way to salvage the shot. But the sweepers decided they thought it was close, just hoped it would come down, and didn't quite do so.
Yeah.
I think they're okay with the 4 though.
I wouldn't be complaining too much.
All right, what do we got going on sheet 5 here? I don't think I've been looking over there quite enough.
Yeah,
Looks
it's a big deuce to come back from the fourth end break there.
Yeah, really taking control of the lead. Looks like Team Ho is up 6-3 on Team Jackson.
Yep.
Without Hammer, of course.
Yeah, Red's got a pretty good freeze on there right now, but Yellow's trying to blast it off.
Is mine a counter?
Ooh, and
Was mine
they
a
removed their
counter?
own yellow,
No,
but they
went
don't
through
even
home.
sit on top, so that's pretty exposed there. Red can hit and roll that over and sit 2 splitting the house.
So was I laying 4 already?
Feels like a pretty good position to be in.
Yeah, they'd be real happy with that result.
Fastest.
Yeah, it was a tough
Yeah, when
shot
I let
for
go,
Team
I
Ho, though. It
felt
had to be
pretty good.
right on the nose
Yeah, for
to-
sure.
to make a great shot. I think they're okay with what they did. They didn't roll very far. If this is nosed by
just
Team
missed it.
Jackson, it'll be a short double or a hit and roll on top back.
Yeah. I mean, I like the call from Ho, because, I mean, even if you don't make it, just removing rocks, you've got a good, solid 3-point lead. It's been a pretty conservative game. Red has struggled to get big multiple ends. Oh, and the hit and roll out there, that's going to hurt. I mean, when you're down 3, you're looking for every opportunity you can get, and those are the shots that you need to make. That's probably, that shot might cost a point. It's a pretty tough one to swallow.
So over on sheet 2, we had score of 4 in the first end and the third end. Now all the other scores have been singles. So maybe not quite the take 4 force 1 that we were discussing before. Hey, there's still time.
Now, on sheet
Go
1,
hard. That's good. That's good.
Wright is looking at
Good
a
job.
lot of yellows here. Luckily, they've got Hammer, but the question is, how do they sort of secure their path to the
I did
4
not
foot?
think mine was through when I let go.
Um,
Jesus.
It looks like they're sort of giving up on getting a deuce or anything if they're hitting here.
Yeah.
All the way, all the way. Make it a corner. Make it a corner. That's good. That's good. Nice pair. Whew.
Team Wright almost making a double and roll. Not that it mattered because it was Skip's last. But they'll take the score of 1.
That's off.
Yep. Couldn't quite tell if how far they needed to clear that back yellow to score, but they seem to be pretty pumped about it. It was a good shot.
Is that short?
So
Whoa,
for
whoa.
those of you that are tuning in a little bit later in this
Whoa.
draw, we've got mics
Right.
on sheet 4, but clearly you can see all 5 sheets are shown. We're trying to do our best to talk a little bit about what's going on every sheet, but of course, yeah, we have the mics on 4. Try and touch base there just a little bit more. Call it a semi-featured matchup.
Now, what I'm really interested about on sheet 4 is that red took 1 in the first, yellow answered with 1 in the second. Red took 2 in the third, yellow answered with 2 in the fourth, and red just took a big 4-ender in 5. And we'll see if yellow can answer back with their own 4-ender and keep this scoreboard neck and neck. Or if red's just going to sort of keep the momentum and run away with it a little bit here.
Well, right now, Team Leichter's got their work cut out for them.
No.
And they don't quite make contact
Ooh,
on
that
that
flash
yet.
is going to
No.
hurt.
Yeah, the 4 is not looking great. It's looking a little bit better for Team Farbelow, though.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, red's in a great spot here. Two in the forefoot, set on the center line, 1 center guard, a chance to put up a second center guard. I mean, if you're Farbelow, you're licking your lips here. Oh, and that's a shake on sheet 3, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like we got handshakes, so
Don't have
that
to
will
curl
be the first result of the Senior Nationals this year.
Yep, red hung a 2 in the 6th end there. A really dominant performance by red there, but it's important to remember for Torkelson that, early in the week, 1 game is just 1 game, right? No matter how bad you lose it by, it's only going to count as 1 in the round robin, so.
Yep, a lot of league left, but that is our first result. It's going to be a final of 10-1 for Team Moir over Team Torkelson. Looks like, a somewhat of a potential for a couple of these other games to end early, but not for an end or 2 here. I think most of the other games we got going are on the close side.
Yep. Any lead could be fought back here for sure.
Oh.
It's like a peel out for Leichter on sheet 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a position where Team Farbelow's got the 2 good rocks and a 4-foot, a tight center guard biting a 12, and a chance to cap another one on top of that. A lot of work for Team Leichter.
Yeah, I think if you don't make a double peel pretty soon, yellow is on their 3rd, 2nd here. So, if you probably don't make a double peel with this one, you've got to start looking at other avenues to get into the 4-foot and fight with them for it. I don't know, Luke, when do you like maybe playing one of those angle runs here?
Yeah, well, I think they got a little bit of a miss here.
That is an opportunity that they could pounce on.
But I'd say if that was made well, I can't quite tell. It might be thirds first.
It's yellow. This is thirds.
Can't tell
actually,
if
there
there's
may be
2
another
yellows
rock
or
down
not back
there.
there. We're trying to look and distinguish if there's a rock hiding behind another one on the end boards. I think
It must be thirds first because red still has
But
3.
I know what you're thinking there, Evan. I do think thirds last is your time, where if you really feel like, hey, just maybe scoring 1 isn't going to be enough here, let's try to make one of those angle runs at thirds last. So if we are able to make it, it'll be a chance that it'll score multiples rather than just a chance of scoring 1 if you make it on your last.
And that's a great throw. That's exactly what you need there.
Yep, still behind the 8-ball. Team Farbelow is going to be able to put a guard up, but at least, a chance at making a perfect guard on swingy ice isn't always easy. If they show half of one of those, they might be able to throw less weight, remove it, and stay around underneath one of those guards a second shot and generate an outside chance for 2.
Right, this is very much damage control for Leichter here.
Yeah, it's 6-end, 8-end game scoring 2. You're not going to really have great chances of winning the game, but at least it's some chance.
Yeah.
I'd say if you only put up 1, your odds really aren't looking good at all. At least 2, it's an outside chance. But of course, really to have a somewhat probable chance of winning the game, you're looking to score 3 or 4 here if you're Team Leichter. Looks like that guard from Rich is close to the center line, but it's just very high.
You're looking a little better.
So I think a very small window has opened for Team Leichter here to maybe throw just through the rings and make a good bump.
Yeah, I like that sort of down weight. I mean, not only do you have to throw that to get around the guard, but if you leave those 2 sort of sitting, maybe back 8, that's a lot of jam potential. And now you're looking at, having a little nest that you could keep a couple rocks around.
Allen, Marty off.
Oh, but this is pretty far out there. They may have a good tap on this yellow.
Okay.
Wonder how easy that rock is to remove.
I think that'd be a lot better if they could have moved that red a little bit. As it is right now, you could probably just slash that yellow on the high side.
Yeah, it could go there.
Hit it a little bit on the right with a lot of weight and get it to just spin out.
It didn't curl at first, and then the area I don't know what happened. I need like a shock collar for Marty to tell him what to do.
Or you over curl and you get it on the inside. You punch it across.
He just gets his head down.
I'll just throw it right to it.
No, that time I wanted. Yeah, that time I wanted him off because it was going to stay.
I gave Rich here. He was a little narrow.
Put it in here and have a chance to move some things around.
Rich was here.
Looks like they were tapping to drop it short, so like top 12, top 8 here. I like this position. If you're already sitting 2, just put one in the way and make it really hard for yellow to make anything happen here. Angle's not good for yellow the way that it's sort of side frozen on that red. You can't really get at the one on the pin.
Okay, I want to get to the inside, but I took plenty
Yeah,
of room.
and it'll be an angle run for 2, I think.
A little less,
but they're willing to leave that.
Yeah, it's a tough shot.
Okay, I just can't. If I'm there, it will never get to the face of it. Bill! 90-95 should be good.
You can hear Rich asking Farbs to throw a 90-95. So I don't have my stopwatch with me, amateur move, but my guess is that it's probably running around a 14.5 to 14.7 hog to hog. So a little bit slower than maybe what we saw at men's nationals, but real close.
Good line.
And they freeze right about on the nose.
Well, I was happy to hear 4-0.
I'm not really seeing any chance to score 2.
Just a little more.
That's fine.
We've been off it.
He taps it up.
On sheet 4?
Yeah, on sheet 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's maybe that wild angle run back on the left yellow.
That's what if we could hold him fine.
You have to, that's so precise though, and you're coming at such a steep angle that it makes it really tough.
Love that shot.
Yeah, the shot for 1's not a gimme either.
No, I think there's no. I think in this position you're down 4. I think you've got to go all out for the 2, because I don't know that getting 1 is good enough for you here in this deficit.
Yeah, it really is. It just comes down to if you think you have a chance to steal multiples, which really, this is really only the first end that Team Farbelow has had to defend. So if you put them in a situation where they have to defend for a couple more ends, you never know what might happen.
Yeah.
Just throwing like back 8.
Sheet 2, red is answering back with their own wall, just like yellow had in the second end. except this time it's instead of being in front of the house, it's right in the back 4, back 8 weight. Now if yellow can put a good one in here, they'll be pretty happy with it, but they're sweeping for the curl. It's maybe a little bit out. A little bit hot. A little too heavy, and red remains shot.
Good shot for Team Leichter, looks like.
They grab their 1.
How is he
There's
going to
2
double?
more
Gotta
rocks
keep,
left.
gotta.
This
5 sheets are
goes
keeping
right
us
into
on
that.
our toes here, but I don't.
If I want,
Yeah,
I
I
could tap
think-
this to here.
Looks like Farbs is thinking they might be able to just throw a bunch of weights and
It's going
remove
to drag into it.
that shot yellow, but
I
hard
like
to tell
this.
for
Wow.
sure.
Not for 2.
No, about that, yeah.
We don't move this. We don't move this.
No, he's got
He's going to get
a
1.
yellow one.
This is not going anywhere. I don't think so.
Sheet 1, Wright put it a little bit too deep. Larway's got the hammer here, so there are 2 rocks left.
I won't be heavy. That's the only thing that would
Two
kill
good
me.
draws into the
So I'll
forefoot.
just let you guys work it.
Definitely could
That should be good room.
secure a skip's deuce here.
Yeah, it's looking like it'd be a tall task to ever be able to secure a blank with the way that center guard is positioned relative to that top red. So, in a lot of sense, yeah, just try to find a good spot to bury one and go for a skip's deuce. I guess the danger of that is if they make a really good short run back, they might be buried, and you might have to throw a draw to the full 4 foot against the steel. I think that even though it's a shorter run, being able to dead stick it like that with the swingy ice is a difficult shot.
Yeah.
I don't think they mind leaving that one.
The problem is that for Larway, on 1, I don't really like any of the other shots very much. I don't like hitting either of those rocks. You know, if you hit and roll towards the center, you're sitting behind the tee line, you're setting yourself up for a good freeze. If you
Is there
leave
any
someone in the
way
open,
if I
they'll
hit
just
this,
hit you.
that-
I feel like the
that this
draw
spins
is
over
really
the
the most
top?
appealing shot here for me, and it looks like that's what they think too.
Back over on sheet 4, Mike Farbelow's last
Yeah,
was a
this- is this
draw of
gonna-
some sorts, I think, to the
this-
top 8 foot and ended up
Yeah.
sailing through the rings.
Yeah.
So Team Leichter's lining
so
up
that's
a
not-
very outside
Which we
chance
have
at
one
3.
now, so that doesn't.
Yeah, I mean that is possibly there. The problem is really how can you get the shooter to spin into the 8 foot when they've got that one that we sort of talked about not mattering all that much, the one in the back 8 on the left there, and really bringing itself into play. I don't think the triple is there. It's potentially close. It's hard to see without being on the ice just from the camera.
Yeah, they're also talking about trying to straight draw the side button
Not too good on
right
time.
on the tee line.
Try that draw.
I mean, I think their worry is that if
you don't
they
like the
throw
trap?
weight at the top one, it just goes right into their
Well, I
yellow
know, but-
shot.
That's definitely possible.
We
It
could
looks
take
like
the
it's
draw. We could try draw.
very close to the distance where the draw
Well, as
effect is
opposed to
going to
what, I
take
don't-
the most effect, or
Just throwing it away.
Yeah.
it's tight. I think you're going to get some draw, but the question is how much.
I think they are just trying that straight tee line draw.
Yeah, that's what it looks like they're putting the broom down for. I think it's definitely very scary. I mean, if you get a
We're
little bit of
gonna try to draw
over
this
curl,
in,
you
but
could
I'm gonna
punch
play it
that
safe 'cause we're lying
red
on
into being shot rock
Get a piece
if
of
you
the-
miss
of
this.
the- of the
But if you make it,
I'm
you know,
not
you
tapped
grab
there,
your deuce and you wipe the sweat off your brow. You sort of dodged a bullet there.
Well, here's Fred Leichter with his last here in the 6th then, trying to score 2 and stay somewhat within striking distance. Might have heard the crowd go wild over on sheet 1. We got a very pro Larway crowd here, and it looks like Team Wright's freeze attempt just was a little wide, and so it's going to be a draw for 2 on the same draw path for Joel Larway. Meanwhile, back on sheet 4, looks like Fred's shot game just a little deep.
1 yellow.
So it is going to be just a score of 1 for Team Leichter, and they're going to be down 3 without the hammer to play the last 2 ends.
That's a tough position to be in.
Yeah, going to need a multiple steal or a massive last end with hammer here to pull the game out.
Nice try, Fred.
went through the spot I had to hit.
Yeah, it was almost impossible. I don't know if it was possible.
I don't know if it was because I super big risk of tapping
Any less weight at touching
Sheet
my
one,
red
Super
bar.
big
Larway's
risk of
draw.
tapping
They've
you,
got the
but
brooms on it just a little
tried to
bit.
get two, but
They've got the backing, and it looks like they're coming down with plenty of weight.
Got to curl a little. And the head shot.
gotta be a guard.
And there goes the crowd again.
Yeah, the tensions are high here. This is a rematch of the 2020 national final.
I don't think that was there.
Team
If I throw any
Larway
less
won
weight,
that
it's gonna
game
tap, yeah.
and thought they
Yeah,
earned
you
the
did a
right
nice
to
job on it.
represent Team USA at the World Championships, but then COVID happened. So they were not able to go to that World Championships. Also didn't get the chance to go to the next one. There wasn't, I think it was a year without, and then Team Leclerc, I believe, went to the last one last year, so they are defending champions. Team Larway elected not to play in the 2022 Senior Nationals. So this is their first time back to defend their kind of title.
Yes. And I think they've been showing a really impressive performance, honestly. It's been good controlled play.
play the
Lots
weight.
of deuces
Line's
with the
fine.
hammer, lots of forces without.
Yeah,
really
you don't
just
need
sort
to
of
bury it.
very textbook curling. It's sort of exactly what you want to see, very
What's
controlled
in the
coming
spot?
out. First game of the round robin. Obviously a lot more curling to play, but it's a promising start.
Yeah, this is the sheet one. Seems to be the sheet that has the most, under control scoreboard, top to bottom, right? It's twos and
Yes.
ones, right? No fours, no big steals.
Yeah.
Both teams kind of seem to have just a little bit more control of the outcomes of the end.
Almost every other sheet has a 4, except for 3, which has 2 3-enders. So, really some explosive ends, except
Any
for
kind of
sheet
guard.
1.
No, don't touch. Leave it high. No, I said no. Sorry.
You like the tick?
Pit coming down on sheet 2 for Levin, and it's looking a little wide here. I don't know if they're going to get a piece of anything. Maybe that back
Wait
one
here.
a little bit. Nope, just sailed past.
Lot of weight.
On sheet 5, this is a pretty important shot here, I think. Jackson is down 1 without in 7. They really want a force here, I think, probably.
Yep.
You maybe get away with a steal, but that puts you tied without in the last end. That's not a great position. They're probably going to need to make this
I think
hit and
either
roll
way,
here. And it's maybe looking a little wide. They're not sweeping it at all. And they clip their own red.
oh, they are still lying too.
They're still lying too, but if you had flopped that one right into the top 4, Ho would be looking at a potential steal of 2, and Jackson could have taken the lead. But once again, we've been seeing a lot of people get caught wide on these hits. I think the way that it's curling so much on draws is sort of throwing people off, and compared to how straight it's playing on
Good
hits.
shot.
Yeah, for Team Jackson, like you said, kind of not a huge difference between a force or a steal of 1 statistically on their chance of winning the game. But if they are able to make Team Ho throw against multiples, a steal of 2 or a steal of 3, even if it's a simple shot, that might be their best chance of winning the game if they can somehow get a timely miss, steal 2 or 3, and actually take a lead into the 8th end. And even though it's not a perfect setup right now, that's kind of what they have.
Yeah.
This is okay too.
But a great shot from Benj
Beautiful hit
Guzman.
and roll.
bench currently
Marty,
curling out of
Marty.
the Broomstones Curling Club, but
Carve it.
had a stint here in Seattle.
Come on, Marty.
I think
All the
he's
way. Carve it.
at
Carve
the
it.
club
Carve
for
it.
around a
Carve
decade.
it. Every bit.
A familiar
Every
face
far
to
as
the
it'll go.
locals.
Okay, that's good.
And he's showing up big when he comes back, too. That was a really important hit and roll there for them. Sheet 2, a real slugfest over there, starting off with a couple four-enders and then ones the rest of the way. It's real tight, a real tight game.
Yeah, we're locked at 6 right here. Looks like Team Levin does have the hammer here in 7.
And they do have, 2 tap rocks up to the 4 foot, so I don't dislike their position. But they need to, make one of those get in there and make it count. It's tough to make taps on ice like this. It's so swingy, it's really hard to be precise.
Yeah, just a foot or 2 difference in weight. Really, we're talking half a rock difference in line, which is a little more of a difference than you really want to be able to consistently make a shot.
Marty.
Yeah, it's really important on shots like that to be able to have tight communication between the sweepers and the skip, because it's impossible for the skip to call line if he doesn't know, if this is
Okay.
back
Didn't have as
back
much
8
weight
or
as I
back
thought.
12 or back 4, right? All of that makes a huge difference.
Right! Whoa! Whoa!
Dr. Double, Rich Runin over on sheet 4.
A beautiful shot. I mean, that's really
That's fine.
stymieing a lot of Leichter's aggression over there.
Up 3 with the hammer in the 7th end. They're in full C-stone, hit stone mode.
Yeah, and I mean, even better than that, they've got a corner up. There's nothing in the center except for one red in the back 12. I mean, you're feeling great going into the home stretch if you're Farbelow here.
Center guard. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's coming in.
Now, back to sheet 1, I'm actually quite liking Wright's position. Larway's center guard is a little bit off here. They don't have one top house. It's in the back 4, and they've got a couple sitting in the wings there. And this is a pretty good-looking rock. It's over curling a hair. But Larway's got to start removing some rocks here, because
What's
even
that?
though they're
That
up
first
3,
one,
Red's
I
got
didn't-
3 in
if
the
I had the
house. I
weight
mean,
call, I
this
might
could
have-
be a big hammer end.
I thought I had more.
Yeah, this is a bit of a dangerous situation for Team Larway. Yeah, like you said, Team Wright, they have a few tools in their belt, ways to manufacture a multiple score here this end. I think this is a big shot for Doug Kaufman here. If he can make a double and roll, they're sitting a lot better, Team Larway is. It's close. 1, 2.
That's a great
and
throw.
He's got it. Does leave a rock for Team Wright to come around, but it is a yellow, real tight to the rings.
I mean, I think if you're Larway, you're just happy to see red rocks go away. Whatever makes the numbers go down.
Good throws.
He'll just hit us if we go in the middle or if we throw it
No,
center
you
guard.
can just crack. That weight, they don't do anything. I'm assuming we'll find in time.
Back on sheet 2, Levin really needs to get something in there so they can score with the hammer here. Really, they'd like to get a deuce. This is looking wide, though. It's really hanging out there. They're not going to get on the inside of this red like they want.
Either I do that or I draw the edge of the floor.
It's not bad to remove that red, but they're not getting anything closer than that red in the back 8.
Yeah. I just want to hit the edge of the 4. I'm good.
What was that?
Yeah, I believe that was Skip's first, so then this will be
Yeah, I thought you were going to get there, but
Seppo's
it's
last.
okay, that's a double guard.
for Team
if-
Sormunen.
95, 4,
For some
0,
reason
something
I
like
got
How
that.
you
right?
right?
Yeah, we go behind
manufacture a deuce here if you're Levin.
Just touch the edge of the 4.
You need a miss. But even then, I'm not sure there's really much opportunity. I do think red's sitting 2, buried and frozen. So this is a chance for Seppo to, well, sit 3, buried and somewhat frozen.
Yeah.
And I think he does want to get one top 4 in here in a good controlled position to score at least the 1. That's a big score here.
Yeah, because I mean, Levin's still he's got draws on either side to the forefoot. He's got the taps to the forefoot from really both sides still. So I mean, he's got his options in. Putting one in the top forefoot here
it wasn't terrible. It was a double guard.
for red is the best way to sort of try to cut that down.
Look good.
It's looking a little tight. They're going on the inside here.
Yeah, critical to get by the guard.
Yeah, you really don't want to
No
promote
field.
yellow for him. That's maybe the only way they could get a deuce. I don't think they're going to promote him, but they are going to wreck on it.
It covers up that intern side pretty well.
And takes away 1 tap. They're really only looking at the tap on the right.
Let's do the draw. Let's
You
do the
could
draw.
draw, open draw to the side forefoot. Right, you just have to bite a piece of it.
Yeah. Maybe a little more.
I almost think I like that better
You
than
can get a nick
the
off that
draw.
red,
It's just
too.
it's so tough. Or I like that better than the tap. It's so tough to tap on this ice. And we've seen it before where Levin's had a bunch of rocks, tight to the house,
Same shot. I'll just give you a
and
little more weight.
they've just been unable to promote them. It's not easy ice for that.
Yeah, really, Levin's in a position where they have to choose between 3 or 4 medium to high level difficulty shots. I think, yeah, if you're Team Sormunen, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, and they're playing the tap, it looks like. I mean, ultimately, this just comes down to Skip's comfort. You want them to be as confident as possible, and they get to the other end of the ice, and they get in the hack to throw that shot. There's a few percentage points, maybe difference between them, but, the Skip's going to make the shot they feel the best with, most likely.
About. Hard.
See if I can make it.
That
on
looks
the
pretty
draw.
tight. They're on the inside of it right away on sheet 2. Yellow's last rock. They're going to have to go hard.
I'd like to just throw one
Maybe
good
need
draw
to plan
here.
B, red into yellow, tap into the forefoot. Oh, and it's heavy too, though.
Yeah, it's not quite the angle they needed for that weight.
Yeah, it was a
Tight
weak
and
throw.
pretty hot there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was afraid.
Looks like a
I just
steal
want
of
to throw
2.
one good one
Yep.
here.
We'll shake.
Just a good
I
four.
mean, it's not an unwinnable scenario going into the last end, but it's definitely not what you want to be looking at if you're Levin.
Well, if they can just
It was
remember
it was
what they
kinda
did
going off
early in the
side.
game.
It wasn't
Right.
making the
That
eight.
Nab a
first end.
forehender, yeah.
It was making
All
it.
they need is 3.
Ooh, this looks like a great shot on.
That's better.
Oh, just barely didn't
Yeah.
remove it
Like,
on
let's
sheet
think about
1, right? Almost making the double there.
Thought I threw it a lot better.
And that's I mean, they got to nose on a rock that they only saw half of. I mean, that just shows you how much it's curling out here today.
Good sweeping.
No.
Thanks.
Nice game.
And we do have handshakes over on our half-featured sheet 4 between Leichter and Farbelow.
Yeah, it was a very good game, but that forender in 5 just ended up being too much to overcome in the last stretch of the game. Really just a unfortunate heavy and wide draw in that 5th end that let him get away with a bundle.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it was 1-1, 2-2. Team Leichter is able to follow up Team Farbelow every step of the way, just until that big 5th end.
I mean, you really can't feel too bad about it. One end gets away from you. It happens in curling. It's the way it works. But, if you look at the game, I think Farbelow played a very good game, but Leichter was sticking with him for the whole time. On sheet 1, Larway throwing the double here. They just need to sort of get the crotch here. And the crowd loves that one.
Yeah, I mean,
This does leave a double. for Wright here, so they could still make something out of this end. I mean, looking over at sheet 5, looks like Ho got held to 1 in the 7th end. So down 2 with the hammer. Jackson is. They're throwing thirds first rock here. Trying to get themselves around this corner guard that they have set up for themselves, but Ho's position in the center looks pretty threatening with 1 top 4 and a slightly off center guard there. This is a good draw from Team Jackson. Going a little heavy. Oh, it's got to sit. Oh, and it just goes out the back. A little bit too much juice. And Ho is opting for the peel here on the corner guard. It's a very conservative call, but I really like it with their position up too. They've got the center sort of sewn up, and you know, give them a free shot, and they'll clear your tools away. And Ho is hard on the inside. This might hit a little too thick. Nope, they're gonna roll it over. Right to the center, and a little bit past. Might be time for Jackson to look at trying to get their deuce around the center guard here, which is never something you like to see, but they've only got 3 rocks left. They don't have any time to do anything else. They've got to fight for the center and make every single one of these rocks a counter. They can, of course, just get a deuce here and tie it up, but you never want to be going into the last end without hammer, or an extra end without hammer, tied. Always a tough situation. And on sheet 5, they're taking their time. They're all talking about the shot mid-sheet right now. It's a really important shot here. It looks like if they've got time on their clock, they're going to use it to try to make sure they're making the right call. I think a lot of the question is how much can you tap here on this yellow? You can't leave it top 4, obviously, but if you tap it too hard and don't curl close enough to nose, you're going to roll yourself out into the open. And Ho is going to be looking to just hit anything they can, get their hands on. So if you leave this open half a rock, Ho's probably just going to be chasing it to hit it out.
Now, it's all about trying to find a way to get a stone under cover here if you're Team Jackson. One will not be enough.
Luckily, it looks like that yellow rock in the top 4 on sheet 5 is showing a little bit of leg. I think they can get to it. But this is light and a little tight. Oh, I think that was good line. The problem was just that the weight was down. And now this is a pretty desperate situation. Are they looking to hit this? How do you feel about Ho hitting this one? I mean, obviously, the thought is like see red, hit red, but at this point, I think that one's probably not going to count. I'd prefer to get another one in good 4-foot top 8 position.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you mathematically eliminate the loss, but they can still score 2 and tie. And if you do just nose it or roll a little bit, they can pretty much try the same shot that they just played. Team Ho, that is.
It's a little bit easier now too because the guard's been moved. If you just remove that red, I would be a little bit grateful actually if I was Jackson. I don't like where that red is. It means you're playing a run back.
Yeah, if you make a come around here, if you make it well, I mean, Team Jackson's gonna have to make a run double and stick it really well to have a chance. If you miss it and you go back 4, Team Jackson can freeze, and if they make it good, you'll still have a whole nother shot to either freeze back or guard the draw path, and then you're gonna have to make something really well to score 2. I really don't see how 3's really in play at all.
Yep. And they changed their minds. They're throwing this draw here now instead of the peel. And look at that. Ho puts a great one in the top 4. It does leave the potential. It makes a run double easier than if you had a little bit of separation between them. But, I mean, you can't really be unhappy about a shot like that.
And even if they don't make the double, if they're able to make a run back, and with that rock being undercover, they have the opportunity to make another run back, potentially. They're not quite out yet, but it is grim. Over on sheet 1, Darren Leto throwing the heat, makes a double, almost triple. I think they're decently pleased with the result.
Yeah, they've got really good rocks here. I mean, if I were Larway, I wouldn't like to see that one sort of bite in the back 4 like that. That feels like a really good freeze rock for Wright. But I mean, having that one in the top 8 is a great spot. It makes it really hard to draw to top 4 around it. So it rubs off a little bit, and I think Larway's pretty grateful for that. If that was a perfect freeze by Wright, that'd be putting a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, Joel really had a chance to lean on that one. His 4 feet of fury there. Not quite sure. Yeah, he wasn't able to quite get it outside a shot, but got it to a decent spot where it's much less threatening.
Now that we're losing some sheets, do you want to... We could... All right. And it looks like that yellow of theirs in the top 4 is probably exposed through the center. It's probably going to be Jackson's shot, if nothing were thrown here by Ho, to throw through that port, sit on the nose, and get their deuce, tie it up, and go into extra ends. So they're looking at some taps potentially. But just plugging up that port feels pretty good.
Yeah, some action right next to us. Coach Ken Trask of Team Larway was sitting upstairs and not quite ready for the timeout call. So got to see him break out his running legs. He's running down the stairs currently. I think he's just getting out there. Great dedicated coaching.
I think it's definitely an interesting position to be here if you're Larway. I mean, Wright's got a good one in the back 4 there. You've got to find some way to secure your 1. And this is thirds first here for Larway. So I definitely like playing something to sort of open it up here. The question is just a little bit of how. I like playing the righty intern here. Come down this right side with high weight maybe. Because that should send your yellow back into those reds in the back house there. Really all you're looking for here is to open it up and give Joel a draw to the 4-foot for the win. And he's been making those all night. So you feel like if you give him that shot, you're in a pretty good position.
Yep, I'm with you, and I think so was Coach Ken and the team. That looks like exactly what the broom is down for.
Yeah, of course, Ken.
And Ken's already back, record time. They can really cut that travel time in half with Kenny around.
I should have broken out the stopwatch.
Curls up.
That's a beautiful
Really
shot.
nice shot.
Now
All in the timeout, really.
Yeah. I think Wright's really going to be scrambling to. They were in a pretty good spot, and they're going to be scrambling to try to get anything put together now in this end.
Yeah, the one thing they got going for them is there's a small handful of rocks in the back house, potential jams. So they're just going to try and find a way to use those rocks.
And this looks like Ho's last rock here, about to be thrown. They've been taking all that extra time they've got banked up to, being one of the quickest games early on. Banked a lot of time. They've been thinking a lot. Looks like they're just going to be trying to plug up this hole, maybe rubbing off that other guard. They'd like to take away maybe the red run onto their yellow and the shot through the port if possible.
Yeah, I think there is a spot somewhere in there to come real close to taking both options away, which would effectively be a shot for the win.
Yeah, I mean, if you put, really, I think you want to put this like top 12 because it sort of cuts off both, and it looks like they've got pretty good weight for it. I can't tell. It looks like that's good enough, but it may be overcurled.
It's really good.
And a huge double on sheet 1.
Yeah. Team Larway's looking real good. Little wink from Doug Doogie Kaufman. I guess we slightly interrupted our analysis over on sheet 5. It's a pretty good shot. And then a lot of action. Meanwhile, I think we also have handshakes on sheet 2. I did not see what happened.
Yeah, I didn't see it either with all the excitement that was happening on the other sheets.
My assumption is that Team Levin ran out of rocks, but I cannot confirm. Maybe someone who is watching.
Looked like they were pushing rocks down the sheet. I'm not sure.
Maybe someone who is watching a little more attentively on the stream can comment.
Here's the last shot for Jackson here.
Yeah,
looks like they're playing this port, maybe.
Yeah, I think there's just a port there.
They're hard on the sweep.
Sweeping the whole way down. Still going.
It's looking pretty close.
By the top, by the second.
And it's a beautiful shot.
What a shot. I mean, Benj Guzman's last there must have just over curled. There was barely a hole, and that is a score of 2.
Yep.
We're going to an extra end.
That's exciting.
Very exciting now, a little less exciting tomorrow morning as I'm driving to work.
Luke's got the early shift. What is that, 6 a.m. commute?
Not tomorrow.
Oh, lucky.
but usually.
So this is Skip's first for Wright here. Looks like they're probably just going to try the cold freeze on the back 8.
Yeah, we're going to shift most of our attention to sheet 1 here after these first few rocks, and then kind of hopefully shift over to sheet 5 once the extra end gets underway. Of course, there can still be an extra end on sheet 1. Would think about changing up the camera angle here, but we really only have other angles for 2, 3, and 4. So I think we're going to be rolling with this.
Yeah, just make sure it leaves.
That worked out. We have the rainbow. Oh wait, things are happening. There's gold underneath the rainbow.
And Larway here is just going to want to try to hit this and move the shooter out of the way. Anything to sort of give him an open draw to the 4 foot at the end.
But I can't even
And the other problem is if Wright doesn't make this freeze perfectly afterwards, then they'll run into some trouble. This looks a little tight.
We're getting more sweep calls from the crowd than on the ice.
Come on. There you go.
Yeah, that's going to leave some cover.
That's really not what he wanted to see there.
Yeah,
There's a slim opening here for Wright to sneak a good rock in their top 4 and really put the pressure on.
Yeah, I'd even say a little better than slim. I mean, of course, realistically, Joel did just throw a run back on this spot. But with that other rock, back 8, that could potentially jam if you nose run. This is coming in. They got to curl a little more, but it's don't want to be deep either.
It's exposed here and behind tee. I mean, he could throw the draw, which he's been nailing all night, or he could just sort of pick it out. I mean, both are viable options.
I mean, the nice thing about that spot is it gets Team Larway thinking about 2 or 3 different shots, right? If it would just been perfectly buried, top button, he's probably going to try one of the run backs. If it was, a little more buried and deep, he's always going to draw. This kind of leaves a little bit of wiggle room, but you can see he didn't think too much about putting the broom down for either a draw or a tap here.
Yeah, I like the confidence that he knew what he wanted. He knew he was going to throw the draw. If there was any spot to draw to, just put the broom down and went for it.
Yeah, and a lot of skips in that situation are going to kind of talk their advice and say, hey, if it's this, we're throwing this. If it's that, we're going to throw this other shot. You can't account for every possibility sometimes, but you can usually hit the big ones, and I think there's a good chance that is a possibility they discussed. And here we go. Joel Larway skips last, 8th end coming home in draw 1.
It's looking pretty
2023
good.
Senior Nationals. It's a little wide. Darren Leto on and off on the carve. It's got to stop. They're watching it. John Rasmussen.
They just never had the line on that one.
I mean, like we said early in the game, so much curl, but we knew it would straighten out at some point. Wasn't sure how much throughout the game, not sure how much throughout the week. I mean, that's a shot that probably would have curled to the other 8 foot in the first end.
Exactly. I mean, that was basically a rock wide of where they really wanted that to be.
So now we've got another extra end, more extra curling. So we'll just keep going back and forth between 1 and 5 here. It looks like we're on maybe seconds first.
I think that's what it looks like.
For Team Jackson here. Team Jackson is without hammer in this extra end.
One center guard up here. One top 12. That's not a great spot to have the rock in. It looks like Ho's just going to peel here.
Yeah, disappointment for Team Larway, but they pretty much get their run. Same drill again. With the hammer, going to be probably a similar looking end, at least in the way that both teams approach it. And another chance just to secure a victory. And if you're Team Wright, you're happy to be alive. Really a very well end top to bottom from Team Larway. It was just that nose peel on Skip's first.
Yep, that was really the only major miss. I mean, obviously the line wasn't quite right on the last one, but he threw perfect weight on that one.
And a great shot from Team Wright too. It wasn't perfect.
It absolutely was. I mean, it really put the pressure on, And
that's what they're trying to do. And like we said, sometimes it's better not being perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of those situations where, if you maybe left that shot for, Gushu or Kui or, one of those top Canadian skips, you'd maybe feel worse about it. But, this is a different competition. The Briar's happening on a different channel. And a little bit more margin of error here on some of these.
I think most, not all, but most of those teams are in bed, being 3 time zones ahead right now. I think there's a good chance a couple of them are not. A few of those teams are known to have some fun with the extracurriculars throughout the week. But, it's always one of the nice things living on the West Coast. Don't have to stay up too late to watch some of those games. I think the last draw was at 4. Evan and I were able to sit on a couch and watch the last couple ends before we started up here. Yeah, it's the end's kind of shaping up to give Team Jackson an opportunity here.
Yeah, as long as this one doesn't get too close to wire up the double peel, that's a pretty easy double peel on sheet 1.
Tongue twisting each other here. Evan's got the right idea. I've kind of got to crane my neck to look over at sheet 5. That sounds like a lot of work. But yeah, certainly on sheet 1, not too happy if you're Team Wright with those rocks being where they are. That is going to be a very makeable double peel that Darren Leto is probably already eyeing up even as he sweeps this rock here for John Rasmussen.
Got 2 sweepers on it. They're trying to drag it a little further. Larway really wants this one top 8, and it looks like they might get it. It's a great effort on the sweeping.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen with the no-tick rule is that, well, if you can't tick, well, most teams choose to come top 4 twice or top 4, top 8, and if they're made really well, a lot of times with hammer, you don't even have to throw your last rock.
Right.
These ones I wouldn't say are made perfectly. There's a little bit of a stagger and overlap that Team Wright can maybe sink one behind later in the end or maybe make a nose bump and create a pocket, but for the most part, those are going to be 2 rocks that Team Wright's going to have some challenges to deal with.
Yeah. This is looking pretty good here. Just depends on how deep it goes. That's a great throw. There's a sort of slash on the yellow if things get desperate, but it looks like Larway is just going to be peeling these till the cows come home, hoping for a miss out of Wright that'll give him access to chase at that red one back there.
Oh, this one's floating a little wide. Just has to curl a little more. No,
And it just picks the one off the top. That's pretty rough. I mean, you've got them wired up like that. You really want to be able to take advantage of it when it's there. Wright's probably not going to stick 2 rocks that close together again.
Yeah, Darren wants that back. As a second, that's kind of your opportunity to really make one count, and you always want to make those double peels that are a little closer together, or in general. There's always a good chance that he'll get another crack at it on this next one. Likely to be more difficult, though. That was as easy even a look as he was going to get, and he knows it.
Yep.
And Team Wright electing to kind of come in, try to address that pocket in some sense. I guess I don't know for sure if they called like top 12 or if they did want a freeze bump there.
The problem with that is that they leave their red exposed. I mean, you could probably see half that from the hack.
It's not an easy shot, but I think Darren can see a little bit of the red they just threw on the out-turn side. He could try to pick it and then lose both.
I prefer the pick because I feel like that one on the tee line is more threatening than the guard right now.
Yep.
At least make him put it back in a good spot like that.
Oh, this is tight.
Oh, boy.
It could make a lot of rocks move here, but she does.
Oh, a beautiful shot.
Oh. I mean, there's still a center guard. I think it's a better result. Not quite what they called.
A significantly better result.
Well, you still have that center guard to work with. And you're still
Wright is
feel it
certainly
out,
not out of
so-
it, but I think Larway is breathing out. I think
Yeah.
they were maybe holding their breath a little bit with the way the end was set up before.
No one needs to give Darren any more nickels.
And back on sheet 5, there's a center guard and a red rock on the button. This is exactly what Jackson is looking for here. It looks like Ho is calling probably a down weight hit, try to curl around that guard. And try to just remove that red from there. Maybe sit where, right on top where the red was. If you can get onto the nose of this, I'd feel pretty good about it.
So I believe a timeout was called on sheet 5.
Yeah, they're all moving back down.
Counting rocks, I think this is third's last.
Yep.
Doug Coffin really wanted that double in the middle, just got a little wide. Came quite close, but just a single peel.
But the good news is that the pressure's off Larway a little bit. They're not sort of desperate to make a double like they were before, where they were sort of behind on tempo. But if Wright sinks a really, really good one, like top 4, top button basically, depth here, but behind that red, they're looking in a good way. They've got both the sweepers on it right away. It might be a bit down.
Yeah, they wanted to get that one a little more buried, Team Wright, that is. Looks like you're not gonna see Team Larway just chase a peel. I think they have an opportunity to, I guess what you would say, choke the draw path away by just flopping a little rather than completely rolling out.
Well, I mean, he's tapping a little roll to the left. I don't hate just nosing this here, but this is looking pretty wide.
And if peeling
gotta
it
come
out,
back.
it's always fine.
It's always fine. But they're on the high side. We're getting a piece of it at least, but yeah, it's gonna spin out.
No minus points. They'll take that one.
Absolutely. Like I was saying before, the pressure is sort of on Wright in terms of the tempo is Larway's no longer behind in tempo. So Wright's got to make a good shot to make Larway really respond with another good shot. At this point, they can keep making sort of half shots and probably be okay.
Want a full shot on the last one, though. So with that timeout on sheet 5, these games kind of drew a little bit closer here.
So on that shot after the timeout, Ho ticked into the guard and sort of split the center guard off, which is a good miss. If you're going to miss it, you'd rather move that center guard off and open up the center. And this red looks a little wide. They've got 2 sweepers on the high side here. They really need to cover up this red here. If they're exposed, they're maybe going to lose their chance at a steal.
I think they're going to get there.
It looks like it. They're bringing it over pretty good.
Hands go up. I think they like it. Looking at the overhead here, it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm concerned they almost overswept it. They had a little room to leave it a touch high.
Well, I think they're showing a little bit on the right side, but that port is tight because of the high guard up there. I don't think it's over. I don't think it's past it at all. And I think you got to be pretty happy with that one, especially because now it's tighter. It's actually a better guard than that old yellow was, because now it's hard to freeze down to that to tap that red because of how tight the red guard is.
Yeah. Now we'll see Benj Guzman and Team Ho kind of shift gears. They can't peel their way out of this one anymore. They've got to try and be the first to the pinhole. That I guess you could maybe say that red's biting the back pin right now, but if they are able to freeze and maybe bump it just an inch, they'll be shot in a really good spot then. Might have a chance to win the game with this rock. So critical shot here on
They're
sheet
going
5.
easy on it. It looks like it needs to curl. Oh, no, they're sweeping it now. They've got the line they want.
Back and forth, on and off, sweeping it straight mostly.
Is
it
good.
by?
Oh,
It's not
my
by.
gosh. It over curled. They were watching that for so long, too.
I think they must have thought they were just a tad heavy, but had the opportunity. It was thrown well enough.
Yeah, it was thrown well. Just sweeper's error on that one, and it happens. They let it get away from them.
Well, it's not over yet. Team Jackson needs to make a good one here, and then regardless, I think Team Ho will have some shot for the win.
The shots are getting pretty tough, though. I mean, it's getting cluttered all around there. They may have to end up promoting one of those yellows that are sort of sitting side 4 into that red to get their 1, depending on where Jackson ends up putting this one.
Yeah, they're definitely eyeing up just off center guard, kind of right between the center and 4-foot line to just block that same draw that was just thrown. If that's made, I don't think they can quite cover up the angle run on the left. That's probably what Benj is going to eye up. Not an easy shot, though, so a good guard here is going to significantly improve Team Jackson's chance of winning. Ken Trask is out again on sheet 1. Not too many games. Coach gets to come out twice.
This is a pretty interesting situation here for Larway. They were looking at playing some hits on the reds in the center, which obviously you'd like to get rid of. They were also looking at drawing around on the outside and just sort of beating them to the punch. But I think if you do that, you leave the opportunity for Wright to make a really good tap and sort of take it all away.
Back over at sheet 5. This guard's just coming to rest. I think it's going to stop in time.
I think that's going to be good enough.
It's real close to leaving a port, but it doesn't look like it, and you can see the broom. They go down, not quite down, but they're eyeing up this angle run back.
I'm not sure if it's there. You could maybe come through the port and then glance off that yellow and roll into the red, but that's pretty thin. I think the run backs are probably going to be easier.
Looks like that's how Benj is seeing it. And meanwhile, Joel is throwing his first here. Again, a little bit tight. Oh, Darren's got to lean on it. It's a little tight. Got to roll it out. Not quite the peel they were looking for, but it does compromise the in-turn draw path and pretty much force Team Wright in either coming through the hole or just playing out-turn around their off kind of center, kind of biting top 12 rock.
Yeah, I hope they're not having deja vu because that was pretty similar. You know, the hit and roll away from the center that he threw in the 8th end that got a little bit tight. This one got a little bit tight too.
Meanwhile, on sheet 5, Benj barely misses the angle run. He had a couple ways to make it, and he almost made it rolling off his rock to the side. It looks like red is counting, and it will be a stolen victory for Team Jackson.
I mean, that's a really heroic comeback looking at the situation in the after 5 ends they were down 3. It was looking pretty dire, but a great 2 deuces in 6 and 8 and then a steal in 9. I mean, if you're Jackson, that's you got to be really happy about how you played the last half of that game.
Great start to the week for Jackson. And if you're Team Ho did control most of the game. Had multiple opportunities to win, so sometimes it just doesn't work out. I think both teams are probably pretty happy with at least how they're playing and what their opportunities are looking like moving forward in the rest of this pool play portion of the event.
I agree. Yeah, it honestly felt like Ho controlled a major portion of that game. It was just the last few ends that got away from him, really.
All right, so just sheet 1 remains. Looking like we're getting to the tail end of our timeout here.
I mean, but they've been hitting draws really well, so just drawing the side of
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this comes down to which draw path, I think, right, Evan? I guess you could tap your own, but it's curling more than enough to either throw the in or the out turn draw.
I think I personally agree with what we've seen. I like playing this outside draw path. I mean, teams have had on both sides very good, weight control. And so, the wider you play it, the more precise you have to be on the weight. But if you play it through the center, you've got to contend with that outside guard. And it's been really tough for teams to, draw through ports and things like that with the amount that it's swinging and the amount that it's sort of straightening out now. It's tough to read, especially crossing the center line. There can always be some weirdness. So I like that they're playing this outside turn here.
Likewise. That rock that's kind of mostly top four of Team Larway's is making life difficult for Team Wright. They got to make a perfect shot to be buried underneath this red and shot rock.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's there. It's definitely possible, and then the pressure's on Larway again.
And of course, you can afford to overcurl a little bit and show a piece through the port. You're okay leaving that shot.
Yep.
Sweepers are on it immediately. Crowd thinks it's light. It's starting to turn over. They really got to go.
Yeah, they're already on the guard here.
To be
looks
on
like.
the guard. That is not going to get
there.
There
Come the handshakes.
Not going to tap it. That is a victory for Team Larway in the 2020 final rematch in this opening draw of the 2023 Senior National Championships.
There's been a lot of exciting games, honestly, to start off the week. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this shapes up.
Yeah, 2 extra ends. Only 1 game ended before 8. A lot of close games, a lot of rocks in play. I think there was a learning period for most teams early on, but then towards the end of the games, we're seeing a lot of made shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I was pretty impressed with how teams picked up on the ice. There were a couple of tricky spots here and there, but generally I think teams were reading it well and adjusting well. A lot of good shots all around.
Yep, lots of good feedback that we've heard from the athletes, too, about the ice conditions here. I think everyone's pretty happy to play on it. We've got a great ice crew here, great facility. I think everyone's going to be having a really exciting and week filled with good curling here this week. This has been Luke Violette and Evan McCauley. Evan, thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the company. All of you that tuned in, thank you very much for supporting the Granite Curling Club and all of our athletes that are competing this week. If you like to see, feel free to like and subscribe. I'll give the whole YouTube pitch here. It does help the Granite Curling Club. Any support is much appreciated. We'll be back here. I think all sheets will be streaming every draw throughout the week, but the commentary will just be in the evening draws when I'm not working. So thank you everyone for tuning in. For now, we're going to close out the stream. See you